Happy Friday, everybody. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. So glad to have you with us. Thanks for tuning in on Fox Sports 2. It is a nice day with the sun shining, a little bit warmer temperatures than yesterday, as well as we, of course, are on the eve of Cigar Mile Day. Terrific day of racing, terrific weekend of racing coming up here in New York. I'm your host, Acacia Coulomb, pleased to be joined by champion jockey Richard Magliore as we get ready to go through today's card. Have a little bit of Tampa action as well. And Richie, I always enjoy this week and looking ahead to the Cigar Mile and those kinds of races. And I know for you who rode here in New York for so many years, always brings back a lot of good memories and some great horses.
And just great racing. I love the Demoiselle and the Remsen for the 2-year-old stretching the mile and eighth. Obviously, the Cigar Mile. It just seems like a smorgasbord of great racing. And we've got a beautiful day here. And I love that open with the Aqueduct faithful there. Got a very light breeze coming off of Jamaica Bay, just caressing the tobacco brown of the Aqueduct racecourse.
Poetic over there today. I like it. I like it. He's ready to roll for today's races. Here's a look at the feature. Race 8, going a mile and an eighth on the main track. No turf in play today. As we take a look at the horses that will be going in this allowance. So you have the likes of Gasoline, who we saw actually break his maiden at the 9 furlong distance back in Saratoga. This is 2 starts back. Faced First Level Allowance Company for the first time last time and has since been gelded. He's one that does boast a win at the distance.
Yeah, you know that he's got stamina, beamed by Curlin. Todd Pletcher, a trainer that puts so much foundation in his horses. And this horse is kind of always hinted around at having serious ability and feels like he never quite has broken all the way through. Maybe first time gelding, he finds all of his ability.
Took a big step forward with this win, though actually not as high as by her speed figure, but he got this win when he finally got to go the 2-turn distance of the mile and an eighth last time out. So we'll see if that win at the 9 furlongs up in Saratoga helps him to be the best in here. Another son of Curlin is a New York bred, and that's Curlin's Wisdom, who also boasts a win at the mile and an eighth, but does come out of a second place finish behind Dr. Blute in the Empire Classic, also at the 9 furlongs last time out.
This horse has really put it together. It took him a while to find his best stride, but his last 4 starts have been terrific. Once he got his picture taken, he decided, hey, I like this. I felt like he was running in place with the kickback this day, and finally, when he got all the way to the clear, he dropped his head, found his best stride, and really finished. And Dr. Blute had everything his own way on the lead that day, and he just fell a little bit short, but I thought this was a tremendous effort from Curlin's Wisdom.
Looks like the sons of Curlin do have a strong hold on today's featured 8th race. So see if Gasoline can get it done, Curlin's Wisdom, or somebody else. That 8th race to feature on today's program at Aqueduct. Here's what else is coming up. We have races 1 through 9 at the Big A, dealing with the fast main track. We'll also have some racing for you from Tampa Bay Downs. Races 1 through 9 there as well. We're fast and firm in Oldsmar, Florida. As always, today's race is presented by Claiborne Farm. You can join Naira Bets today and play all of the action on our program, plus a whole lot more, while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up using promo code MATCH200, and you could earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Don't forget to join now at NairaBets.com for your $200 deposit match. As we mentioned at the top of the show, this weekend, tomorrow, in fact, Cigar Mile Day, where we have 4 graded stakes, including the Grade 1 Cigar Mile, that 1-turn mile on the main track here at the Big A, formerly the Naira Mile, was renamed the Cigar Mile, of a horse that won the race back in 1994. Kind of his coming out party for that 16-race win streak, Richie.
Yeah, switched to the dirt the previous start in an allowance race. Mike Smith was aboard that day. Mike Smith had Devil His Due, and Jerry Bailey picked up the mount on Cigar, and then they reeled off another 16 straight victories. Mike Smith liked to say he rode Cigar when he was still just a cigarette. Devil His Due, a very accomplished horse for the late, great Alan Jerkins, and Cigar. What a campaign he put together. Bill Mott really keeping him in fine form over an elongated period of time.
multiple grade ones over multiple different racetracks as well. He was well traveled, really got an opportunity to give a lot of fans a chance to see him. And there he is in that tremendous performance in the 1994, what was then the Naira Mile, now the Cigar Mile, paying tribute to truly one of the greats in history.
Really was, and he had speed enough to win going a mile, stamina enough to win going a mile and a half. And again, just being able to hold that form for such a long period of time, take his show on the road. And I got such a kick out of, there would be police escorts when he went to Suffolk Downs for the mass cap, how, the people were lined up to see his van go by, and they actually decked out the van that it was Cigar's van. Yeah. It was really cool. And then to end his career, his retirement ceremony at Madison Square Garden, that was a really big deal too. And Jerry Bailey took off riding that day to attend it, and speaking with him afterwards, he said how happy and delighted he was that he did that, to have that experience, because jockeys don't take off to go attend retirement ceremonies. we miss those things, but obviously something that meant a great deal to him.
It was like he was a rock star, a Cigar. Everybody keen to get a look at him. We have the Cigar Mile coming up tomorrow. We kick off today's program, though, at the Big A with a nice 2-year-old race. It's for the 2-year-old fillies, the New York breds in the spotlight. The 2-year-old race of the day is brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 3-time reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief. Couple of horses at 5-2 right now, 2 of them in fact, including the number 3 Our Rosie Diamond, who is currently highlighted as your favorite. We saw Amira Shashakli, the trainer, win the opener yesterday. We'll see if she can win the opener today, as Our Rosie Diamonds will cut back in distance. More on her chances and the rest of the field as we get ready to kick off the live racing from the Big A after this.
Whether it's Division I or Grade I, top athletes have certain traits in common: speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farm Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade I winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field.
Central Banker is a Grade II winner whose well-balanced good looks have helped fill his books every season at McMahon Thoroughbreds of Saratoga. And now that his runners have proved themselves on the track, breeders are beating a path to his court.
Breeders gravitate towards consistency and a sure bet. It's an uncertain world out there. COVID adds to the mix. And, Central Banker in our regional program and even in abroad has really helped breeders find sure footing.
McMahon points out that 4th-year sire Central Banker ranks in the top 10 nationally. Central Banker progeny have earned nearly $9 million, and not just in the Empire State. His 4-year-old daughter, Nico's Dream, won the My Charmer Stakes at Gulfstream Park.
And they're off.
That same day, another first-crop runner, Bankett, took the Alex M. Robb Stakes back at Aqueduct.
Bankett has taken the lead.
That win was Bankett's third stakes win and brought his earnings up to more than $800,000.
Every single Central Banker foal comes out very well balanced, medium big size with good bone. They train easy. They are not too wild as youngsters, just wild enough as 2-year-olds.
In this race number 1, we have 3 horses that are sired by Central Banker. And as always, you can check out nybreds.com for more information on the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund. Number 1, Follow the Fed. Number 2, Bank Holiday. And number 6, Blanchiment, all by sire Central Banker, of course, standing here in New York. His horses are in the paddock. There's one of the daughters of Central Banker for this Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. We welcome in the third member of our team, Maggie Wolfendale, getting a good look at these young fillies. Hey, Maggie, what are you seeing for the opener?
Hey, Acacia, as we'll take a look, at 2 of those 3 daughters of Central Banker, beginning with number 1, Follow the Fed, who does go first off the claim for trainer Rudy Rodriguez. And last time out, while she was trying the dirt for the first time, she had to break from the rail, which she's going to have to do again today. And she was asked to kind of keep pace, but it looked as though she was uncomfortable being down on the inside of horses and having that kickback thrown in her face. And it was a race that virtually kind of more or less held together, with Pebble Lane setting the pace, getting passed by Maggie T, a next time out winner, and then Pebble Lane kind of re-rallying. So she lost a bit of position around the turn 2, and it was just one of those kind of merry-go-round races. Now she adds a very short-cut cheater blinker for this try for Rudy Rodriguez. She looks great, as she has had in her previous 2 starts, but I did note that last time she just looks a bit more turf meant than dirt meant. So we'll see, though, if that equipment change helps her chances, if she shows a bit more foot or not, as we'll move on to number 4, Irish Empress. She has not shown much early speed in her 4 previous outings, finishing 3rd last time out, kind of a distant 3rd, but at a decent price. And I thought she kind of ran well, considering that was another race where it kind of more or less held together. And she looks good in here, and I had noted that she kind of has continuously strengthened up and put on more muscle mass. The one difference, though, is that she just seems a bit more sharp than what she has maybe last time. So I'm hoping that it does lead to her being a little bit more forwardly placed. Now, the horse that on paper is confirmed speed in here is number 6, Blanchiment, that other daughter of Central Banker. She's very light on the Beyer speed figures, but she does have a 2nd place effort in which she battled with Maggie that day, and that horse came back to run a very good 2nd as well. She was the one that, when I walked into the paddock, immediately caught my eye. I like what I'm seeing from her. She's a lot more professional than what she was in those first couple of outings, and we'll see as she drops back down in class, she could be the one saying, "Catch me if you can, Acacia."
That speed could be dangerous. Maggie, thank you. Blanchiment breaking from the outside, and she was claimed for this level. 40,000, 2 starts back when she finished 2nd. As Maggie mentioned, part of dueling with that pace, and then last time out, stepping up to face much tougher.
And a very sharp pace last time that she was involved in. I think the way this race looks on paper, she is the main and controlling speed. And from the outside, she has an opportunity to get into the race the right way. And I always find that horses get in a better rhythm. They're more efficient in their stride, and they breathe more efficiently. I think she's a major player from the outside with her natural speed.
The number 4, who Maggie touched on, Irish Empress, she comes off of a respectable 3rd place finish last time out in that Maggie race, which was kind of fun to watch as well. But she has consistently had trouble at the start.
Yeah, and she broke a step slow and got impeded a little bit. She kind of got bumped from the outside and just had to take up a little bit off of heels. Now, I think she ran a very credible 3rd and finished really well. Keep an eye on her here, the 6. See, the outside horses kind of came over, took her ground a little bit. I mean, it wasn't as dramatic as some that you'll see, but it certainly definitely affected her ability to get any sort of position. The problem is, like you talked about, it seems habitual at this point. She's just not handy away from the gate. Now, it's a smaller field. Maybe it won't affect her as much. I just don't see so much pace sign in here to help her if she's not a little bit involved early. Love this effort. Acacia, she took a lot of kickback. She came out. She showed a lot of determination and grit to run through that kickback and finish, decently to be third. Just don't think the race pace of this race sets up to her strength.
Jorge Vargas Jr. has been aboard her last couple of starts. Maggie mentioned that she was a bit sharper today than she has been in her most recent effort. So maybe that could be a good sign as her being a little bit more focused and forward at the start. And when you have especially a young filly, Richie, from a jockey standpoint, and one that you've gotten to know, you understand those quirks. How do you keep them balanced, keep them focused in the gate to break cleanly and not put themselves in a bad position to be bumped or have other horses come over on them?
Well, I believe in warm-ups. Good warm-up, then give her an opportunity to kind of settle in and make sure that she's really, really balanced and square in the gate.
We'll meet the rest of the field, kicking things off with Follow the Fed.
Maggie talked about her turf influence. She is a half to Barkin. Her Grand Dam Neshoba was a turf mare. It'll be interesting to see if she can find her better foot on dirt.
Bank Holiday. I believe Romero Mirage will be aboard that number 2 Bank Holiday.
Yeah, and dropping in class, she's going to have to improve.
Here's our Rosie Diamonds cutting back.
I thought she was a little bit interesting on the turn back, especially if she can get involved early.
Irish Empress, 2-1 favorite right now.
Listen, I like this filly. I think she has ability. She needs to get out of the gate clean.
Second of 2 for Dave Donk. Here's April 1st.
Another one that just feels like she's going to have to improve vastly.
And the third daughter of Central Banker. Here's Blanchiment.
I thought she was interesting at 4-1. I think she's going to get the lead, and I think she's going to get it the right way.
That's the field for the opener. You can follow along and get all of the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit naira.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all the races on today's show. We get ready to kick off the early pick 5 here as we'll take a look at the number 3. Our Rosie Diamonds was a special moment yesterday in the openers. Trainer Amira Shashakli won the first race of the day here at the Big A with jockey Katie Davis McCarthy, who won her first race back since becoming a mom. Narciso Dali, a very special moment with the 2-year-old boys race. Amira will look to win the 2-year-old fillies race for the New York Beds here today in the opener.
I like this filly turning back. I think it could, really intensify her ability to finish the deal. You get Javier Castellano, a Hall of Famer, taking the mount. It's always a positive sign. And, Amira does a good job. Her horses look good. And yesterday, that was a nice run from Narciso Dali. And good to see Katie get that win. She's so enthusiastic. She's always so upbeat. I tell you what, too, she finishes really well on a horse.
Has been galloping in the morning for Ray Handel, and she did announce yesterday that she will be riding here at Aqueduct throughout the winter. So will be fun to see Katie back in the saddle consistently in the afternoons. But as mentioned, Javier Castellano will be aboard the number 3 Our Rosie Diamonds for Amira in the opener. Just a 6-day turnaround for this filly by Bellamy Road, but she finished third last time out and will cut back in distance. She kind of has that, certainly has the stamina to cut back to the 6.5 in here today.
I just hope that she's sharp enough, particularly with the quick turnaround, to not give herself too much to do, to be somewhat involved. In a day and age, Acacia, where so many trainers just won't take that chance and run horses off a quick turnaround, some horses respond very positively to it. It's just that we don't do it that often anymore.
Well, let's get a little bit more on how she's looking out on the track. Let's go to Maggie trackside.
Yeah, our Rosie Diamonds, she's the most experienced in this field, and she's, from a number standpoint, been pretty consistent throughout, and it's really not going to take a Herculean effort to win this, and I have no problems with her. I have no problems with the turn back. She does feel like that kind of true, somewhat middle distance where, like the 7 furlongs, as Richie likes to say, the Goldilocks might be ultimately best for her, but this is her third try at this maiden 40 as she goes to 6.5 today. Like I said, she does look like a horse that might want to touch more ground, but I can't really fault her here. I just hope that she can lay close enough for her backers, as she had, whoa, the one's gone to favorite now, but she is co-favored at 2-1. Now, number 6, Blanchiment, as I mentioned, really liked her in the paddock, and Richie and I are kind of on the same wavelength that we feel like she can control here. We'll see. I have a feeling that the one will show a bit more speed, follow the Fed, but Blanchiment, at least she's from the outside, at least she gets to see what plays out to her inside, and she was going to have a solo warm-up, and there's Kendrick, who, if one starts bucking and playing around, slap on the shoulder, go a little faster, get it out of them. And then there's some other riders, like the one on her back, that pulled her up immediately when she started bucking and got her over to the outrider pony. I wish she would have kept going with her a little bit. So reluctantly taking her here, Acacia, just wish that I saw a little bit more of a fluid type of warm-up on the racetrack.
Fair enough. Maggie, thank you. 5-1 on Blanchiment, as she's feeling her oats, so to speak, out there today. And sometimes the best thing to do with that kind of scenario, Richie, is let them expel that nervous energy. Let them kind of loosen up their legs, gallop, and kind of get the nerves out.
I believe in that. I think some riders tend to, cramp a horse up when they start acting that way, and then it just stays bottled up, and it's almost boiling over a little bit. Let them dispel some of that nervous energy and then give them an opportunity to catch their breath, settle in. I just think it helps them physically. It helps them mentally. I hope that Luis Rodriguez Castro Rodriguez, I'm saying it wrong, I know.
No, you were correct.
Blanchiment, I hope he just lets her get into the race herself. She's naturally fast. Don't send her into the race. You've got that post. You've got a long run in the first turn. Use it to your advantage. Let her run straight for 1/8 of a mile. Don't ask her to go forward. Don't take a hold of her. After 1/8 of a mile, you've already stolen that 1/8 of a mile, and you've gotten into the race the right way, and then you can go on about your business.
When you have a horse that you think is the confirmed speed in that outside post, we talk a lot about how you think that could be an advantage. Why would you prefer in a race like this to be drawn outside?
Well, again, it gives her the opportunity to find her stride the right way without being under pressure. And it's all about breathing. It's all about getting in that frame and breathing properly without that panic that gets set in, especially if you're under the gun from the inside.
9-5 now on the inside runner. Follow the Fed. Hopefully she can get out of the gate sharper from the inside. Apprentice jockey Jose Gomez will be aboard as they add those blinkers on. Sometimes the inside post can be an adventurous location for a young filly. We'll see if she can deliver at that short price, 9-5. It's our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. New York bred fillies in the spotlight. Here's John and Brielle standing by with the call.
And Blanchiment. April 1st goes in. And the final horse will be Blanchiment to complete the field for today's first race here at Aqueduct. And they're going 6.5 furlongs. Blanchiment is in, and we are set for the start. And they're off. Blanchiment away well from the extreme outside and quickly grabs the early lead, clearing the field and getting over to the inside. Follow the Fed is right behind in second, and then comes Irish Empress, who is moving up a spot. Bank Holidays in between horses as Our Rosie Diamonds gains on the outside. It's 3.5 lengths back to the trailer. April 1st, who is last. Blanchiment leads by 3/4 of a length. Irish Empress runs in second. Our Rosie Diamonds on the outside in third. The quarter one in 23-1. They head for the turn. It's Blanchiment in front here, 3/4 of a length. Irish Empress and Our Rosie Diamonds are right together, and the two of them are gaining ground on the front runner. Now the front three have opened up 4.5, 5 lengths on Follow the Fed. And at the back of the pack are Bank Holiday and April 1st. The half mile in 47 seconds off the turn and into the stretch. It is a Blanchiment closest to the rail. On the outside, Our Rosie Diamonds now coming on. Our Rosie Diamonds takes the lead from Blanchiment. Our Rosie Diamonds leads inside the 8th pole. Blanchiment is next in second. And then Irish Empress in third. Down at the rail is Follow the Fed. Our Rosie Diamonds stepping away here to win decisively. Won by a little more than 5 lengths. And Follow the Fed got up to complete the exacta.
As it was Amira Shashakli once again in the opener 2 days in a row. Our Rosie Diamonds cutting back in distance. Javier Castellano in the saddle today. This 2-year-old filly gets the right kind of setup.
The right kind of setup when he was able to set up shop in close proximity to the lead, turning back up that mile distance. You knew she was going to finish, and she did. And listen, this is just proof. There's so many good horse people out there that just need an opportunity with horses. Amira Shashakli getting it done back-to-back days with horses. And again, her horses always look good. So great job by her. Javier Castellano had his horse in the right spot. Blanchiment had the trip I was hoping she'd get, and she just bottomed out late. Maybe she's just not quite 6.5, a little bit out of her scope.
She ended up actually fading to 4th, Blanchiment did, but it was our Rosie Diamonds at 5-2 who got the win under Javier Castellano, 3-1, 4-6 in the opener at the Big A. Our Rosie Diamonds cutting back, New York bred filly for Amira Shashakli getting the win. As we did see Irish Empress kind of pressing Blanchiment as well. Maggie had talked about what she was seeing from Irish Empress and thinking she was going to be a bit closer, and that's the most early speed we've ever seen from Irish Empress.
Yeah, she was attending the pace. She was right on top of it. She was in a good spot. Maybe she is a bit more of a closing type,
right?
But this particular race was devoid of real speed, so she was in the right spot. Maybe she just catches a bigger field where more pace is signed on and she'll be more effective.
Javier Castellano picks up another win. Amira Shashakli winning the opener 2 days in a row. Bring you prices for our Rosie Diamonds in a bit. And after this break, we'll talk a little bit more about the Cigar Mile as Zandon looks to close out his 3-year-old season with a bang and pick up the 2nd Grade 1 of his career.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
300 Honda, 300,000. 275, EDF 275,000. 75, but to get 75, 275,000. 250, Ralph now 250,000. Here, but to get $200,000.
Who are you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets. Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Prolumo is the all-natural, non-medicated, targeted therapy top horsemen choose to reduce bleeding caused by strenuous exercise.
We use it for preventative, and also we start horses on it if after a race or after a workout they bleed. The success has been tremendous.
Prolumo's active ingredient, Noto ginseng, has proven hemostatic properties. Consult your veterinarian prior to administering. Go natural. Visit Prolumo.com to order today.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you proudly by Coleyburn Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Well, unusually well week here for Amira Shashakli as, what are you, 2 for 2? Taking both first races yesterday and today. Massive congratulations for your filly yesterday, or excuse me, young gelding yesterday, and your filly today, our Rosie Diamonds. But Amira, talk a little bit about just your stable in general. I know you've kind of had some unconventional ideas and they've paid off.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely had an article written on the cross-training program, and those are horses that we're going to take time at a few locations actually on Long Island to do jumping and other work to get their minds working and their bodies working in different ways. But we do stuff in the barn all the time too, and we incorporate that into our training program. We don't necessarily just go out and do the one-on-one that everyone's used to. I sort of see what the horse is telling me, and I think with both of these horses, I was very clear on the plan for them for this week going into their races.
Let's talk a little bit about yesterday, too, winning with Narciso Dali, but with Katie Davis on board, a fellow mother yourself. How special was that win?
Oh, that was incredible. I know how difficult it is to have confidence in this game when you're a woman to begin with, and then coming back from having a child, you're exhausted, you're stressed. Any type of naysayer gets you down a lot more than it should. Mm-hmm. And just to be able to put her up on a horse that I was confident in and tell her, listen, I believe in you, and watch her go out there and believe in herself again and get her ride back. I mean, she rode like a professional jockey again, like she was when she was winning back before she had her kids. So I was very happy to have that opportunity to give her a chance. So
It really made, I think, a lot of people happy seeing you two team up, her back in the winner's circle. Talk a little bit about our Rosie Diamonds, though. A little bit of a turn back in distance really paid off, and getting the Hall of Famer back on her back certainly didn't hurt either.
Oh, definitely. I mean, Javier had been asking for her for a little bit back because he rode her before. And she ran last week. And as soon as she came back and I saw that everything was okay with her, no real excuses, I went right to the racing office and said, hey, you can bring that 6.5 back. Let's go. She's ready. She's mad. She wants to do it.
Good for you. Congratulations. Nice start to the week for you.
Thank you very much, Maggie.
All right, our Rosie Diamonds kicking off today's card, and I think, just keep looking for Amira's name in the first race. Acacia?
That's been the best angle. So fun to see. Big congratulations to Amira winning the opener 2 days in a row. Our Rosie Diamonds with Javier Castellano, a $7.20 winner. A nice price there in the first race. You had an even bigger price yesterday with Narciso Dali, but great to see in some of the different training outlets that Amira discussed in prepping her horses for the races. We turn our attention now over to Florida. Tampa Bay Downs is getting ready for their opener, and we have a 2-5 favorite. No surprise. It's a maiden claiming for $16,000, going 7 furlongs on the main track for 3-year-olds and upward. King of Chaos, who actually has a really big pedigree, is taking a significant drop in class, Richie.
Significant drop in class. Just has races that are better than anything anybody's run on either surface. He's got a decent race on turf, 2 decent races on dirt, and this is a half to Boston Post Road.
Stakes winner. She won the Pumpkin Pie here for Chad Brown and Peter Brandt. King of Chaos makes his first start for Victor Carrasco Jr. as we do see a rider off the number 1 Cajun Cracker. That one being a little bit troublesome there. Looks like we will see jockey Vernon Bush get a leg back up. I've noticed, with spending some time down at Gulfstream, I've gotten to see a lot of progeny of Cajun Breeze who start out with Michael Yates. And Mike gets them ready to win at first asking usually. And if they don't win first or second time out, you probably want to back away.
The horse has some speed. 7/8 is a question, and I think facing tougher. Vernon Bush, he had the bug a year or 2 before I did.
Wow.
Rode in New England for a lot of years, rode a lot of the fair circuit when that was a vibrant part of the New England scene. Still doing it. Wow.
Pretty cool. Oh, a 20-1 shot here. Cajun Cracker. That sent a Cajun Breeze. King of Chaos, the favorite, though. They go in for the opener at Tampa Bay Downs. Here is Jason Beam standing by with the call.
Draw. Goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Good start from the inside. Cajun Cracker sent for early speed. Joining that one is Duke Skywalker. And Duke Skywalker a little bit quicker and goes to the lead as they come out of the chute. Cajun Cracker down toward the inside, away in second. It's a length and a half more then. Back to Not a Dance in third. Right to that one's outside Poseidon's Myth. After that comes Sydney's Bid, and the big favorite King of Chaos is 6th and last early on. About 6.5, 7 off the early advantage. It is Duke Skywalker to dole out the fractions. Duke Skywalker there by 2.5 lengths over Cajun Cracker, who races along in second, 22-2. The time for that opening quarter mile. Sydney's Bid sneaks through down toward the inside. And then comes Poseidon's Myth. Here's King of Chaos now. The favorite starting to move on the outside is 5th and going past Rivals up on the outside, but it's going to be 4 wide as they go into that turn. 3/8 of a mile left to go. It's been all Duke Skywalker thus far. Duke Skywalker clear by 3 to King of Chaos, who's now putting a nose into second. Poseidon Smith is back third. Then comes Cajun Cracker. It's 2 more lengths back to Sydney's Bid. And at the back early on is Not a Dance as they wind around to the quarter pole. It's Duke Skywalker there. Duke Skywalker by 4 now. King of Chaos under the whip from second. It's a length and a half more back to Poseidon Smith. Sydney's Bid. They got to come get Duke Skywalker. Duke Skywalker to the furlong pole. The lead is 4.5 or 5. King of Chaos just going up and down is in second still. Poseidon Smith right up alongside of that one with Sydney's Bid. But a final 16th to go, and it's all Duke Skywalker. Duke Skywalker at 8-1, going to upset the opener. Duke Skywalker, the force was with him, won it by 9 in the end. King of Chaos was second, Sydney's Bid, and then a photo for fourth.
The force was with him indeed. Duke Skywalker off the layoff since June, able to wire the field under Adrian Flores.
Yeah, and the first start on dirt for this horse out of a mare that did produce 2 multiple dirt winners. So maybe they finally found the surface this horse really wanted. And I think this is just evidence of how important speed is, particularly with lower level races where horses can tend to get discouraged more easily. This horse got very comfortable, very happy on the lead, and just strung the whole field out.
For trainer Javier Gonzalez gets the win, and first start actually on the main track as well, having only ever run on synthetic and turf over at Gulfstream Park. Duke Skywalker with the victory at Tampa Bay Downs. Bringing prices in a bit, but turning our attention back to the graded stakes action coming up this weekend at Aqueduct Racecourse. We have, of course, the Cigar Mile. It is our America's Best Racing race of the week. A mile on the main track. Big opportunity to get kind of that last big grade 1 of the year. You do note that Obesos already scratched, was on the van on his way to come here to Aqueduct. Unfortunately, with the recent outbreak of the equine herpes virus at Churchill Downs, Churchill controlling shippers out of Churchill, and so as a result, unfortunately, Obesos would not be permitted to travel here to New York. But we take a look at, of course, the horse that will be the short price favorite. Even money on the morning line is the number 2, Zandon, who will be reunited with Joel Rosario. Rode him to finish second in the Pennsylvania Derby last time out, and he will cut back in distance to this 1-turn mile.
He's only run around 1 turn his entire life, his entire career, and that was when he broke his maiden going 6 furlongs at Belmont. And then it's been a steady diet of 2-turn races, 1 1/8 to 1 1/4. I think the turn back to the mile really helps him finish the deal. I just wonder, especially the competition he was facing, if a mile won't really make his turn of foot that much more intense, I should say.
He's a very intriguing horse who has faced the top of his class consistently with such a strong group of 3-year-olds, and he will be facing older for the first time in the Cigar Mile too. And as you can see, he's had some close calls, finishing in the money in multiple graded stakes, including 3rd in the Kentucky Derby behind Big Upset Rich Strike, behind Epicenter, behind Taba, behind Cyberknife. He's faced some really, really good horses, and it's just been a very strong group of 3-year-olds from top to bottom.
Yeah, I agree. I think so too. In Saratoga in the Jim Dandy, he tried to play more of the speed game. A race devoid of early speed, and they put him in the game, and he ran well. But I think he's more naturally a closing type. Going a mile, he should catch more pace.
Perhaps his biggest competition does seem to be to the outside, with a horse who's already a multiple grade 1 winner, Mind Control, coming off of the Parks Dirt Mile in September. We did also see him, though, a couple of races back, beating the likes of Hot Rod Charlie in the Salvatore Mile. He's a horse that will throw down a fight. When he wins lately, it's been by some slim margins, but beating some very, very talented horses in the meantime.
This was a terrific race between 2 horses that like a fight, Mind Control and Hot Rod Charlie. Think Hagler, Hearns, they just went at it toe-to-toe, and Mind Control is a horse that likes to fight, especially from the inside. When he gets leaned on from the outside, it seems like it almost emboldens him. 6-year-old horse has put together a really fine career, looking to go out a winner, and should be forward. I think he will be well placed under Hall of Famer Johnny Velasquez.
Will be the final race of his career. The 6-year-old looking to wrap it up with a Grade 1 win, and will be standing in New York after his racing career. So some exciting news there. John Velasquez, his regular rider, will be aboard to the outside. We have that Cigar Mile to look forward to tomorrow. We also have the second race at the Big A coming up next. It will be a New York-bred maiden claiming race sprinting on the main track. There is Laughter. We'll talk more about her chances after this.
The foals I've seen by them are just very athletic, very balanced. They move well. The ones I've been around have good temperament. They're just very nice horses. To me, he checks all the boxes. He's a high dollar sales yearling. He's got the conformation. You know, he's got that blazing speed, and he's passing on his look. So I'm very high on him.
Volatile is fast. Wins by 5 lengths on the wire.
Volatile, victorious in the Vanderbilt.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. Acacia Lamock, Richard Migliori, and Maggie Wolfendale. Glad to have you with us on this Friday afternoon. We're getting ready for the second race of the day, New York-bred maiden claiming race for the fillies and mares. This is 3-year-olds and up sprinting on the main track. There is the number 4, Wine Goddess. I like any horse that has wine in its name.
I like the name, and I like this filly. I think she's got a big chance here.
Well, enough talking about wine. Let's head down the paddock. Get a paddock report from Maggie.
Going binge drinking down here in the paddock as I'll look at both horses who have alcoholic references in their names. But number 4 in here, Wine Goddess. And don't get me wrong, I think Laughter is much the horse to beat. I mean, she's winning on the tote board. She's winning here in the paddock as far as looks are concerned. But let's explore some other options. And Wine Goddess is one of those as she turns back in distance and switches over to the main track for this first time out in an off the turf, muddy sealed track race against a not so great field, but she kind of blew the brake that day and then had to run on a bit. She doesn't look overly turf meant, to be completely honest. My slight problem is, and I know that she ran on going this 6th first time out, is she does look like one that wants to go a bit further, but she makes a decent amount of sense, especially from a pedigree standpoint too, being by Conteros, who can kind of get a runner to do anything for the most part. And furthermore, on the bottom side, the dam was a decent dirt sprinter, as she does show up wearing the front wraps for the first time for this barn, but I think that has to do with the surface change here. So no problems with her. Dappled head to toe, makes a great impression on me here in the paddock. Now, bit of a wild card is a first-time starter. That's number 6, Red Stripe Princess. She is the half-sister to Reggae Music Man, but he's kind of a little bit of an outlier in the family. He was by far the best progeny that we've seen the dam produce thus far, but this is an athletic-looking filly. Now, she doesn't look anything like her brother, who's bay and big and kind of strapping and tends to get himself pretty much on the muscle. She's chestnut. She's a little bit smaller, a little bit more long and fairly athletic-looking, and she's been well prepared here by Pat Reynolds. If you're looking for an alternative, I think she's an intriguing prospect, Acacia, because she definitely looks ready, certainly relative to this field as well.
All right, Maggie, thank you. And she's a nice price at 8-1. We got to get a horse with the tequila reference for Maggie. I know she'd like that. If you like a red stripe, you like wine, you're good. You're covered here in this race. Red Stripe Princess, another Central Banker filly here to the outside. And Maggie mentioned the pedigree. There's certainly some inclinations there that this one could be a runner. And she is that wild card, never having started before.
And Pat Reynolds is very proficient with all types of horses, and certainly he can get it done with a first-time starter. I like clever names, you know that. Wine Goddess, being by Cantharos. Cantharos is a cup that holds wine and has to do with the god of wine. Dionysius, Barry Schwartz with a good name there. This one bred by Stonewall Farm.
And Cantharos, as you heard Maggie say, typically has kind of become known as being a sire of turf sprinters. But I think they really can run on anything.
I've always been impressed with how efficient their strides usually are. I mean, I
They're
really
fast,
like
usually.
the way they move.
Big fan of that stallion, as we'll get a chance to meet the field, kicking things off with your 1-5 favorite, Laughter.
Laughter last time kind of lunged at the break, and it looked like she might have lost her footing. She didn't really stumble, but kind of lunged and bobbled. I think she's more effective when she gets to flash her speed.
Here's another first-time starter, Virtual Beauty. Big price.
Yeah, big price, a couple of back-to-back or 3 back-to-back gate works. I'm not always a big fan of that. Feels like they're not getting their lessons down.
Here's that filly we talked about, Wine Goddess, 9-2.
I think she's a major player here. I thought her first start was okay in the mud at Belmont in an off-the-turfer.
She's 9-2 right now on the board. Here's the number 5, Racing Queen.
A lot of chances, 0 for 19. I tend to look for lighter raced horses in those situations.
And a first-time starter by Central Banker. To the outside, here's Red Stripe Princess.
Yeah, half to Reggae Music, man, who certainly has speed and gets a good outside post. You get a 5-pound break in the weights with the apprentice Jose Gomez. If you want a stranger, I think this is where you want to go, right?
1-5. I know Laughter. She is the horse to beat. She's run and sprinted for 40,000 before, in fact, a couple of times. This is her race last time out, which was off the turf. And as you mentioned, she did stumble and really kind of, it seemed like she lost her action, and it took her a few strides to kind of get back into the race.
Yeah, and again, I think it all was attributed to her lunging at the break. So she didn't break with her legs underneath her. And then she kind of bobbled. It wasn't a classic stumble, but you're going to keep an eye on the way she kind of lunges out right there and then to the outside, and then kind of bobbled and had to take up and just kind of lost any chance because she's a filly that has shown good speed in the past. There's been times when she's on the lead, she has a little bit of a propensity to want to drift out or bear out a little bit. Irad Ortiz gets him out back today. I believe he'll be aggressive, especially from the inside.
That natural speed is to her benefit. There she is warming up away from the pony. Her 2 races prior, when with previous trainer Roy Lerman, that she sprinted on the main track, she finished 2nd and 3rd, both as the favorite. But she ran some good buyer speed figures that day, and it certainly does appear to be the one to beat in here. Unfortunately, you're going to have to take a very short price.
Yeah, and, listen, when we talk about maiden claimers, lower level type races, I'm always a little bit reluctant to take a very short price on any horse. And she has had 7 chances. Obviously, she's shown the ability to win this. I'll take a swing with the 4 Wine Goddess. I just think, being lightly raced, her 1 start on dirt, albeit an off the turf or in the mud, I thought was okay. And if she can build on that, I think she's a player here at a much better price.
You can get a 10% bonus, on all your winning trifectas at Aqueduct today when you bet with Naira Bets. This bonus is available to new and existing players. All you have to do is opt in at nairabets.com, and you can get a 10% bonus on all your winning trifectas at Aqueduct. 2-5 right now to the inside on the number 1, Laughter, a short price. Second choice right now is Wine Goddess, who is first off the claim for Bob Caceres. For more on your favorite, let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, and she projects to be the speed in here as well as being the heavy favorite in Laughter. Acacia, now she was a bit more quiet in the paddock than what I've seen from her in the past, but she's kind of been that way since being claimed by Rob Atras as opposed to her previous connections, which that's when she did show the speed. So maybe there's a correlation there, but I have to say that Arad Ortiz has given her quite the energetic warm-up, kind of ensuring that we're not going to see that, hopefully we don't see it, that stumbling start yet again, or that odd start that she had last time out. So she looks great. She's moving very well. And I can't blame anybody for taking a slightly better price in Wine Goddess. Like I said, I feel like she might want just a touch longer than this, but who knows? Maybe the pace does get hot and we see a meltdown. But for me, and while I don't think the track is necessarily obviously playing towards speed, I'm just always going to lean to the horse where which I think is going to be more forward. Acacia.
Makes complete sense. Maggie, thank you. Laughter, she does have that early speed. And I think Maggie's point is important because, and you brought this up too, Richie, sometimes it's tough to trust horses at this level, at a lower level of race. You don't necessarily have the faith that they're going to pass horses in the stretch. And so taking that element out, when you have one like Laughter who has the ability to be forwardly placed, you don't have to worry about her trying to run down horses late.
I think it's a great point. And I'll be honest with this, I gravitated to the 4 Wine Goddess because when I picked her, she was 4-1, and now she's 2-1. And it's a little bit short of a price. The 1 looked fabulous in the warm-up. I think she makes a lot of sense. I think the 5, Racing Queen, holds the key to this race, though. She's quick.
Coming down from the Finger Lakes.
Coming down from the Finger Lakes. Look at the last race. She ran on a track that was denoted frozen. How many times have you seen that? Give you an idea of what goes on up in the Canandaigua area.
Last time out.
Well, maiden special up in Finger Lakes went 9-1. So you know the track they were running over the top of it. But this horse has speed, and I just wonder how much the 5 engages the 1 Laughter, and does it set up for somebody else then? No doubt Laughter's the horse to beat, obviously, 2-5. First-time starter, took a little bit of money. She was down to 6-1. Red Stripe Princess at one point. Now she's drifting back up. She's well placed outside. I couldn't take 2-5 at Laughter. But now, full disclosure, if I was approaching this as a jockey who I would want to ride, I'd want to ride Laughter.
Arad Ortiz has the keys as we saw that big warm-up that he gave her out on track. Hopefully she breaks smoother than she did last time out and is able to secure that inside position and be forwardly placed like she typically is. 2-5 on your favorite, Laughter. She is breaking from post number 1. Early pick 4 kicking off here as well. Best of luck if you're playing. As we get ready for the second race of the day. From the Big A, we'll send it up to track announcer John Imbrial for the rest of the load and call.
Wine Goddess, the next to move in. And we're waiting for Racing Queen and Red Stripe Princess. They're in the gate. And they're off. Laughter from the inside post is out for the early lead. And the big favorite quickly in front here by 1.5 lengths. And then comes a Racing Queen who's racing in second. To her inside is Virtual Beauty. And on the outside is Red Stripe Princess. Wine Goddess trails the field in 5th. It is Laughter leading here by a little more than 1 length. Virtual Beauty and Racing Queen, those two are right together. The quarter 1 in 23-2. Wine Goddess on the move on the extreme outside. Red Stripe Princess is the trailer. Laughter is the leader by 3/4 of a length. Now Wine Goddess gets closer on the outside in second. Racing Queen dropping back. Down at the rail, Virtual Beauty, and then Red Stripe Princess. The field heads for the head of the stretch. Laughter has the lead here, hand-ridden here into the lane. It is Laughter in front with Wine Goddess all out in second as they come down for the furlong marker. It is Laughter who has opened up now. Laughter in front by 6 lengths. And it's going to be Laughter easily here. Laughter opens up even more as they come for the finish. Laughter won by about 10 lengths. Wine Goddess a clear-cut second, Photo for third between Virtual Beauty and Red Stripe Princess.
Laughter ran to her short price favoritism. She was able to control this race and was just much the best under Irad Ortiz.
It's the way you want to see a short price favorite win, never really in doubt. Wine Goddess made a big run at her, turned for home, but Irad Ortiz had a lot of horse underneath him. Asked her to run. She just cruised away. This is the 7th consecutive year where Irad Ortiz Jr. has ridden at least 300 wins in the calendar year. That's an incredible feat.
Really amazing. And he's been consistent and also at the highest level. We talked about him chasing that record that was set back in 2007 by Garrett Gomez for most stakes wins in a year. And Irad Ortiz just continuing, whether it's a maiden claiming race or a grade 1, to rack up those wins.
That's what impresses me. You know, he just rode a maiden 40 with the same kind of focus, the same kind of determination that he rides a grade 1. And you've got to appreciate and admire that. It's easy for riders to kind of get a little complacent in lower level races when they're winning at the highest level. Now, he's been tied now for over a week with Garrett Gomez, so we're adding a little bit of intrigue, a little bit of drama, but there's still nearly a month of racing to go. So barring anything unforeseen, he really should own the record by himself soon.
Picks up another win here, though, for trainer Rob Atras. 1-4-2-6. Laughter, the favorite, much the best in race 2 at the Big A. Bring you prices and more live racing from Aqueduct and Tampa Bay Downs after this.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer. Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom. I love what I do.
We are New York Racing. New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Daredevil, returning to stud on U.S. soil. The only first crop sire to see 2 offspring win the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 1 Preakness Stakes in the same year. She dares the devil, taking the Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 2 Azeri Stakes, and champion Swiss Skydiver, winning the Preakness and the Grade 1 Beholder Mile Stakes. With more exciting prospects on the track and multiple 6-figure sales in the ring, Daredevil's career is just getting started, only at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Run Happy, the #1 second crop sire of last year by Dirt Earnings. The favorite, much the best in race number 2, Laughter. Irad Ortiz in the saddle as he is looking to surpass Garrett Gomez for most stakes wins in a year. His biggest chance tomorrow does seem to be White Barrio in the Cigar Mile. Richie, as he'll be riding in 3 out of the 4 stakes on our card.
Yeah, and it'd be an amazing thing to do it in the Cigar Mile, the last Grade 1 on the New York Racing Association calendar. I think White Barrio's got some pretty stiff competition, but easy winner here in race 2 at Laughter, just cruising away. Wine Goddess was able to hold on to second, field pretty strung out.
Yep, much the best at 2-5. Laughter making a lot of sense under Irad Ortiz Jr. gets the win in race number 2. You might have heard that we have discussed over the past couple of years our friend Stephen Panis from America's Best Racing, as his family back in 2020 had a terrible loss of their son Jake, who was lost at just the age of 16 in a car accident. And the family has made incredible strides to honor his memory with the Jake Panis Walk-On Scholarship Program. They do have a Walk-On for Jake live auction going on starting on Friday today through December 9th next week, and all proceeds go to two Jake Panis Walk-On Scholarships with the Red Cloud Indian School and the University of South Carolina football program. Here, Richie, is some of the information, and you can scan that QR code to head over to that auction and participate.
Incredible strength by the Panis family, and unspeakable tragedy to be able to give back to community and people that could use their support. Think about it often as a parent. My heart goes out to them and prayers. Just but a great thing they're doing in his memory.
Truly, and they say the scholarship honoring the spirit of Jake Panis, whose dream was to walk on to the South Carolina football program, and they've already been able to offer 2 scholarships and will be offering 2 more this year. So definitely scan that QR code, visit the website, and support a truly wonderful foundation honoring the memory of Jake Panis. We turn our attention now back over to the live racing. We have Tampa Bay Downs race number 2 coming up next, a mile and a 16th on the main track. This is for 3-year-olds and upward who have not won 2 races since June 2nd. So 6 months in that time span. So a dated claiming race here, and even money to the outside with the number 6, One-Eyed Jack, who fits this condition quite well. Richie coming in for Joe Orsino, and we'll look to get back to the winner's circle today.
Yeah, well drawn outside, has natural speed, should be keeping a close eye on the one Private Lake, who I think is very much the horse to beat, another speed type. But he has the inside, and he's coming out of a race at Hawthorne, and they usually have a lot of foundation coming out of those races at Hawthorne, a track that tends to run a little bit on the deep side.
One-Eyed Jack, a son of Uncle Mo, will go out from the outside for Joe Orsino. Disappointing effort from him last time out, going the mile at Gulfstream. We'll go back to the 2-turn mile and a 16th today. It's kind of those two taking attention. And the number 4, Wandering West, who did have a win last time out in a condition claimer, and will look to pick up back-to-back victories.
Another one that could be forward, particularly coming out of those 1-turn mile races at Gulfstream that tend to kind of heat up in the middle. I mean, you could probably speak more to that than I could, the time you spent at Gulfstream watching the races there. Even lower level horses seem to run quick going the mile there.
Oh, they do. And it is a track that typically overall on the main track, speed is very, very dangerous. But especially at that long shoot and going the 1-turn mile, having speed, and like you said, that the way that they heat up in the middle, those horses that can be forward tend to be able to hold on pretty well coming down to the wire as well. 2-1 on Wandering West. Jose Batista going to be in the saddle coming a little bit north from Gulfstream Park for Victor Barbosa Jr. 4-5 on One-Eyed Jack to the outside. And you will see some of these kind of dated claiming races quite a bit down in Florida of horses that haven't won a race or haven't won 2 races since a specific date. It gives an opportunity for horses at this level who are kind of maybe coming off a layoff or having a tough time finding the winner's circle, finding their friends, so to speak, in a race like this.
Oh, absolutely. And I think it's just really responsible horsemanship and management when you run horses in spots that they're going to be competitive. I think it's so much harder on horses to run against horses that are just better than them and they give it their all. It's more debilitating when they can't be competitive.
One-Eyed Jack, the favorite, to the outside in race 2 at Tampa Bay Downs. We'll send it up to Jason Beam.
Second, the early pick 4. One-Eyed Jack to the outside. Goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. One Eye Jack from the outside got away in very good order and sprints right out to the front. Down toward the inside, Private Lake showing good early speed. The two in between, or just in behind them rather, is Lauderdale and It's Fate. They're together third and fourth. Two more then back to Wandering West in fifth, and a gap of 3.5 to Zonic at the back. As they head into that far turn, and Private Lake going to try to hold that rail position from One Eye Jack. One Eye Jack and neck in front of Private Lake in second. Just in behind them, Lauderdale, It's Fate, 3 or 4 deep there on the outside. The top 4 only covered by a length and a half. That quartet is 2 ahead of Wandering West, and it's another 5 to Zonic, who trails. They peel onto the back stretch, 24-3 for the opening quarter mile, and favored One Eye Jack is the leader. It's One Eye Jack there, 3/4 of a length in front. Lauderdale, who's up a bit closer now in second. Private Lake back a spot third. It's Fate is fourth in the green colors toward the outside. Getting a little bit closer is Wandering West as the top 5 now just covered by 3. And it's then a space of 8 or 9 more back to Zonic, who's detached from that main body. 49 1/5 seconds for the opening half mile. One Eye Jack has been in charge, but had mild pressure throughout. Lauderdale on the outside. Private Lake looking for room down toward the rail. It's Fate, Wandering West. Those two getting closer now. The top 5 only covered by 2 as they wind around that turn. Zonic is still a distant last as they wind around the far turn. One Eye Jack surrounded. Down on the inside, Private Lake coming through. Lauderdale 3 deep, 4 deep. It's Fate. Wandering West is in behind them, going to swing out to the 5 path as 5 of them come to the top of the stretch in a line. Off the turn, One Eye Jack trying to fend off all these challengers. Private Lake toward the inside. It's Fate. Wandering West starting to let go nicely on the outside, and here's Wandering West exploding down the center of the track. It's Fate, One Eye Jack, Private Lake. They're back second, third, and fourth as Wandering West and Jose Bautista hit the front. Wandering West got up to win it. Wandering West, length and a half. Private Lake was second. Third went to One Eye Jack, and fourth was It's Fate.
Wandering West makes it 2 wins in a row coming in from Gulfstream Park. And look, this was a dated claiming race, and he was the horse that did have the recency and now makes it 2 wins in a row.
A little bit of a change of style, too. Kind of a little further back than normal. Came storming down the center of the track and got it done. Nice effort from him. I thought a very game effort from the one. Private Lake down along the inside. Battled it all the way out inside of your favorite, One Eye Jack, and was able to hold second, but no doubt about the winner.
Wandering West, son of Mineshaft, gets the win, making it 2 victories in a row for trainer Victor Barbosa Jr. Horses in the paddock back at the Big A as we get ready for race number 3. There is the 7 Monshun as trainer Rob Atras looks for his own little rolling double. We'll get ready to kick off the middle pick 4 from the Big A after this.
Warfront. On the racetrack, his accomplishments included this victory in the Vanderbilt at Saratoga.
It will be Warfront to win it by 2.5 lengths.
Now this son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. With over 100 stakes winners, Warfront's progeny includes some of the world's most talented runners, both at home and abroad. Ranked number 1 by percentage of lifetime stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
The Cigar Mile Handicap is the final Grade 1 contest of the year in New York and is one of the last races of the season to influence divisional honors for 3-year-olds and older males. Inaugurated in 1988 as the Naira Mile, the Cigar Mile was named for 2-time Horse of the Year Cigar after his retirement in 1997. The Hall of Famer captured this race in dominating fashion in 1994 as part of his historic 16-race win streak.
Cigar running a monstrous race today to win the Naira Mile.
Cigar, however, is not the only talented horse to collect a victory in this race, as the list of winners includes the likes of champions 49er, Rubiano, Left Bank, and Kodiak Cowboy.
49er has the lead, but Morsef is closing. As they approach the wire, it's 49er and Morsef. 49er has the lead.
Cigar Mile winners have also scored as stallions. 49er was responsible for Top Stallion Distorted Humor and Belmont Stakes winner Editor's Note.
Gonna be close. Editor's Note and Skip Away, and Editor's Note has won.
Quiet American sired Kentucky Derby winner Real Quiet. Rubiano's daughter Starry Dreamer is the dam of Warfront, winner of the 2006 Alfred G. Vanderbilt Handicap, and sire of Preakness winner War of Will. Other notable Cigar Mile winners who were quality competitors or had solid careers in the breeding shed include Gold Fever, Sir Bear, A Firm Success, El Corredor, Purge, Discreet Cat, Tale of a Cotty, To Honor and Serve, Stay Thirsty, Private Zone, and Connect.
And Discreet Cat with another dazzling performance.
The classy Congaree is the only horse to win the Cigar Mile twice.
Congaree in front by 4. Congaree is gonna make it 2 years in a row in winning the Cigar Mile.
Belmont Stakes winner Tonalist is the only classic victor to capture this race.
Tonalist is putting in a big late run, and Red Vine is splitting horses. The 4 of them come down to the line. Look like Tonalist got there.
Flat Out is the oldest horse at age 7 to possess a Cigar Mile title. Hall of Fame jockey Jerry Bailey has the most wins in this race with 5. And Hall of Fame trainer Todd Pletcher leads all conditioners with 5 wins. Left Bank was the first horse to win this race for Pletcher and the first horse he trained to win an Eclipse Award.
Some history of the Grade 1 Cigar Mile. Well done, Richie. A race that you were kind of giving me the narration of as that piece was playing, of some horses that you remembered or were also in the field. And it just truly is an incredible race to kind of look back on as we see some of the past winners and their results down in the paddock.
Yeah, it's always been a great race. And, you know, the idea was to have a big race to end our racing calendar after the Breeders' Cup. A very attractive purse, $750,000. And we talked about who has the most wins in it. I'm probably in contention for the most seconds in it.
Well, we'll see who will get that big win on Saturday tomorrow. I think it is a good example, as you said, a big race to wrap up the season. And you look at a horse like Zandon, who skipped the Breeders' Cup, opting to point to the Cigar Mile instead. And you'll see that with several of the runners there tomorrow in wanting to point to that particular race to wrap up their season.
Yeah, last Grade 1 of the calendar, very important race. And, you know, we've seen over time, history tells us that horses that are top milers seem to make very good stallions.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see who can pick up the big win tomorrow. Back at Tampa Bay Downs, we owe you some prices from race number 2. It was the number 4, Wandering West, who actually went off co-favorite at 6-5. I thought he'd be a little bit of an upset. $440 for the win over Private Lake, who, as you mentioned, Richie, dug in pretty gamely.
Yeah, it was game down on the inside. One-Eyed Jack ran well. First and third horses coming from Gulfstream. Obviously, that Gulfstream form doing well at Tampa Bay.
Wandering West makes it 2 victories in a row. Back over to the Big A. We have race number 3 coming up next. Horses are in the paddock for this 3rd race on the main track, going a mile. It's a claiming race for $14,000 fillies and mares in the spotlight. That's a look at one part of the entry, Raffinity for Rudy Rodriguez, who sends out both parts of the entry. Also, You Can't Handle This. The favorite, though, to the outside is Monshun, who she was entered yesterday for $14,000. If you're entered 2 consecutive days, you have to run the second day. So we do see her in here as she won 7 furlongs 2 starts back. This will be her first time navigating a mile.
Yeah, she got 7 furlongs well here when she got to really control everything on the front end and drew away at will. I, like you, I believe, questioned her getting 7/8. I question her getting a mile here. I do think there's a bit more pace signed on in here than she faced last time, but she does have a good advantageous outside post. It allows Dylan Davis to allow her to get into the race the right way without being put under any kind of intense pressure. Question marks, though. Acacia, she claimed for 25, shows back up here for 14. You know, $11,000 less than what she was claimed for. Now, if she wins the race and gets claimed, it works out. But to me, that's a moment for pause.
Big win, that was for $40,000 2 starts back that we just watched, going to 7 furlongs. Yeah, the race that she was entered in yesterday was for 6 furlongs. This one's a mile. And she will navigate the mile for the first time today. There's a look at the number 2, Villa Regia, who will break from the inside. This one comes off of a win at Laurel last time out in the non-winners of 2 condition. And these Lynn Cash horses, as we have seen, the ones that he's opted to bring here to New York, they have been running, Richie.
Well, I think, you know, being stabled elsewhere gives a trainer the opportunity to kind of decide what horses are doing well and that would fit in New York. So, you know, they're not horsemen that are stabled here. They have a responsibility. They're under pressure to run their horses, right? Where a trainer shipping in can kind of pick and choose the horses he sends in.
Villareggio will be ridden by Jose Ortiz, 3-1 right now on the board as horses start to make their way out. We'll kick off the post parade with a quirky type. The number 5, Exfiltration, will start us off.
Yeah, leaving a little bit early, a horse that can be a little bit difficult. I'm preferring others here.
We will go to one part of the entry next, the 1A. You Can't Handle This, will break towards the outside.
I think another part of the pace here. I think this horse definitely can be involved early.
Here's the 2, Villareggio, will break from the inside post.
Yeah, daughter of Flat Out, a Cigar Mile winner, has to overcome that inside post.
Looking to make it 2 wins in a row at that win at Laurel last time out. Here's the 3, Keen Dancer, also a last out winner.
Adorable Keen Dancer, making her 16th start of the 2022 racing season.
And here's the 1, Raffinity. We're really working on our counting today.
Yeah, we're a little bit all over the place. Yeah, part of the entry with You Can't Handle This. I think You Can't Handle This has a bit more pace.
Here's Princess Pinky, the 4.
This is who I'm kind of interested in. I think she's a grinding type. She's won on the turf, but I think she has more of a dirt runner's style with that grinding way of going.
Number 6, Voice of Spring, is next, dropping in class.
Yeah, dropping in class just feels like she'd have to improve from what I've seen.
And the number 7, Monshun, your favorite.
Yeah, listen, Monshun makes a lot of sense. She's got natural speed. She's drawn outside. She's dropping in class. I think she's going to face a little bit of pace pressure here.
She's 2-1 right now on the board. As Maggie, curious your thoughts on the favorite Monshun stretching out to the mile.
Physically, she looks as though she can handle it. I know her pedigree doesn't necessarily scream that, but to me, she's always been a longer, leggier type of filly where maybe it doesn't suggest it on paper either, but at least physically, she looks like it and she's acting like it too, in that she's not overly excited. She's not keen or eager. She's quite relaxed, to be honest, and she's getting the type of warm-up I like to see, where she just went off, galloped on by herself, framed herself up nicely, and I just think she does actually make quite a bit of sense despite dropping off of a poor effort. But Rob Atras is a guy who is successful in the claiming game, and this is just what you do. If you claim one and they don't run too well, you have to drop them. I mean, I think of Rosa Veloce, who Rob took, who was a former Ray Handle horse as well. So we'll see if he can get this one back to the winner's circle. But I can understand not taking a short price because she's doing something for the first time that she hasn't proven to be successful with. But let's take a look at the Cash Invader. That's number 2, Villa Regia, as we've seen this barn come here with success. And they just run their horses. This is her 11th start. She's actually one of the lighter race horses from the barn. And she looks good. I have no problems with her whatsoever. You know, she looked a little bit meek, kind of not really striding under herself in the paddock, but she looked fine out on the racetrack. Great coat to her, great weight, and all things look good. My problem is, though, she just got a perfect trip to win last time out and still has not posted, you know, figures that make her any sort of standout in here to be 3-1, whereas the horse that I will pick in here in number 4, Princess Pinky, has at times, and I know some of the more consistently faster races have come on the turf as of late, but she can run okay on the dirt, and you can see it in her physical. I actually wasn't there for her turf race. I said, turf for Princess Pinky, and she ran second? Like, I was just flabbergasted by it. So I'm okay with her getting back to the dirt. She looks good, great energy to her as well. So she just felt like the most reliable prospect in here that looks as though she's doing A-okay heading into this effort, Acacia.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Princess Pinky, who has Manny Franco aboard, one of 2 for Michelle Nevin. And Richie, seems like you and Maggie on the same page again here.
Yeah, I just like her dropping to the lowest level she's ever ran at getting back to the dirt. Some of her dirt races are more than ample enough to win this. You know, there are some things I'm not crazy about. 2 wins, 7 seconds. I don't like to see when they're accumulating so many more seconds. But she doesn't have that turn of foot that you typically equate with a turf runner. She kind of more of a one pace, keep coming at you grinding, and I think that bodes well for her getting back to the dirt.
And she does boast a win on the main track as well. She broke her maiden on the dirt, actually with a 71 Beyer speed figure that day towards the start. And her last win did come on the turf, so maybe she is able to handle both surfaces. Manny Franco going to be in the saddle. Look, she's not a winning type. She's had 7 seconds and 5/3, but she might have just found the right spot in here.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm counting on, and I just do like her getting back to the dirt. And to be honest, I don't trust Manchun completely. Listen, she can win. They're very close in price now. I mean, they've certainly drifted closer together.
9-5 right now on your favorite, the number 4 Princess Pinky, 5-2, who Maggie and Richie have some interest in. Loading in for race 3 at the Big A, Johnny I standing by.
Waiting for Raffinity and Manchun. There in the gate. And they're off. Manchun from the outside. Raffinity, you can't handle this. The entry is right behind Manchun as they race up the chute. Manchun with the lead. You can't handle this, runs in second, and Raffinity, the gray, is next in third. Princess Pinky is in fourth. Alongside is Villa Regia. And then we come back to a Voice of Spring, who's running in sixth. It's 3.5 lengths to the 2 trailers, Keen Dancer and Exfiltration. The quarter went in 23 seconds. Up front, Manchun leads by a half length over You Can't Handle This. Almost 3, back to Raffinity in third. Manchun now gets away to lead by 2. Raffinity moving up on the outside of You Can't Handle This. Those 2 are right together. Then comes Princess Pinky and Villa Regia. They are heads apart, 4th and 5th. And farther back is Voice of Spring, the half in 47 seconds. The trailers are Keen Dancer and Exfiltration, all chasing Manchun, who leads here by a half length as Raffinity draws closer now on the outside. You Can't Handle This, about to be passed by Princess Pinky. Then it's Villa Regia and Voice of Spring, and they're coming for the quarter pole. Manchun on the inside and Raffinity on the outside. 3/4 in 1, 12 and 4. It is a Manchun determined there down towards the rail. Raffinity is all out on the outside. It is Manchun and Raffinity. Manchun is prevailing here. Raffinity is next in second. And here is a late run on the outside from Villa Regia. Keen Dancer is there, but it is Manchun to hold on. A three-way photo for second among Raffinity, Keen Dancer, and Villa Regia.
Desperate moments late, Manchun able to dig in and hold off the cavalry charge in the stretch.
Big effort from Manchun. She took early heat from the 1A. You can't handle this. When she fell away, Raffinity picked up the chase, put pressure on her from the half-mile pole, so they turned for home, and she was kept fighting. Here comes some of the closers late, but she did all the hard work and was still around at the finish. A big effort from the 7, Manchun.
We saw on the outside the number 2 Villa Regia closing on that left lead. Keen Dancer was making a late run as well. Raffinity hanging in there, but it was the number 7 Manchun, very, very game down on the inside under Dylan Davis to get the victory. First off the claim for Rob Atris, and she will come right back over to the winner's circle. Dylan Davis, who's been aboard for much of her career, picks up a win as well. Bring you prices, the official order of finish, and the final results from the 3rd race at the Big A. We've got a lot more live racing for you to come after this. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Very powerful colt, very square and behind, carried a lot of muscle, a lot of strength. Obviously bred and raised at Winstar, which is a great sort of advertisement for them and the stallion that stands there.
Constitution himself has really, really good physiology. I mean, he was impressive on the track. He had the physiology himself to be successful, and it seems like he's putting that into his foals.
I actually loved him from, the first look I saw him. Big, strong horse, great strength about him, great mind, great athlete.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
War Dancer. The momentum continues with recent stakes winners on turf and dirt. Dancing Buck going wire to wire in the Grade 3 Belmont Turf.
Dancing Buck has opened up on the field. It is Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
And 2-year-old filly War Saichi with a wire-to-wire win in the Ladyfinger Stakes.
War Saichi asserted her authority immediately out of the starting gate, and she has not relinquished the lead.
War Dancer, the #1 third crop turf sire in North America. Proud to stand in New York.
Blood Horse Plus, available through bloodhorse.com, provides exclusive, timely, and unmatched content to subscribers, including Fox Sports, Blood Horse branded weekly programs, a detailed stakes winners section, behind-the-scenes videos from Blood Horse staff, on-demand access to deeper horse statistics, and a $5 monthly credit to equineline.com. Upgrade to Blood Horse Plus today.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Hillendale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. In race 3, the number 7, Manchun, was so game down on the inside, able to hold off her foes and get the win under Dylan Davis.
Yeah, nice effort from Manchun, and Raffinity made her work for it, tested her hard from about the half-mile pole out. Manchun refused to yield, very game effort. Raffinity hung on well to be second. A couple of closers coming from off the pace. Villa Regia, Keen Dancer, another nice, honest effort from her. Things might have been getting desperate late, but you got to give Manchun a lot of credit for how game and determined she was.
She was indeed. Dylan Davis in the saddle, followed by Unified, able to get the win. Final order of finish in that photo was 7-1-3-2, $5.20 winner in the 3rd at the Big A. We get ready now to continue on with our live racing at Tampa Bay Downs. It's race 3 coming up there, 1 mile and 40 yards, so 2 turns around. They maiden claiming for 10,000 fillies and mares. In the spotlight here, we have a field of 7. The number 3, Pretty Flattering, is stretching out in distance, and she comes off of a 3rd place finish sprinting last time out.
Yeah, she's taking all the money here. We just saw the last race. Horses from Gulfstream ran very well at Tampa Bay Downs. I really didn't know what to do with this race. It's just such a puzzling kind of race to handicap. So I'm going to go on the fall back on the 6, Miss Maggie. The last time we had 2 horses named Maggie, it was an exacta here. I'm not going to let that get by me again. I'm going to go to the 6, Miss Maggie.
We'll take a quick time out and bring you the 3rd race from Tampa Bay Downs. After this, stay with us on America's Day at the Races. What happened? We're back on America's Day at the Races. Thanks for your patience with us there as we're getting ready for race 3 at Tampa Bay Downs. Again, going 1 mile and 40 yards. At the number 3, Pretty Flattering, is a 9-5 right now as she came back off of a pretty significant layoff for she last time out to come back and sprint. And now it's a pretty quick turnaround, having just run on November 25th. For what it's worth, I did see her in her debut and wrote that she was really big and wants longer than 6 furlongs. So she'll stretch out today. We'll see what happens.
Well, we saw our Rosie Diamonds win the opener here at Aqueduct with a very quick turnaround, a 6-day turnaround. This is actually a 7-day turnaround, so extra day of rest for her. But stretching out, she did go long on the turf. Obviously, that wasn't wasn't a very good effort, I should say. But last time she showed interest, she finished well. I really thought that this was just a puzzling race to handicap. I really didn't have a handle on it. I thought the 6 actually, despite, even though, I talk about the name, Miss Maggie, she showed speed sprinting. Mm-hmm. Sometimes those type first time stretching out is their best time. So we'll see if maybe the 6, Miss Maggie, but 5-2 is way too short a price, I think.
2-1 on the 3 and the 4. The 4, what a knockout, was actually 7-5 on the morning line. She's a bit tough to trust given the fact that she's 0 for 19.
They always gravitate to more lightly raced horses in these kind of situations, but she does make a lot of sense, certainly from a buyer speed figure standpoint.
Let's see how it shakes out here in the 3rd at Tampa Bay Downs. Jason Beam standing by.
Path to Victory going up and in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Bit of a slow start there for Casarina Hottie from the inside. Good start for Wicked Saucy, who bursts right out to the front. Pretty Flattering is close up, as is Miss Maggie in that second flight, but it is going to be Wicked Saucy to take him into that first turn, almost a length in front. Pretty Flattering right on her heels, back in the second spot along with Miss Maggie, and Path to Victory out 4 or 5 wide in the orange colors is now up to 4th. Then comes What a Knockout in 5th. A little bit tough to handle there. Jamaican Invader in the 6th position, and it's 3 more. Back to the slow starting Casarina Hottie, who's at the back, 7th and last, and about 8 lengths off the lead. 25 seconds for a pretty modest tempo here as they go on to the back stretch. It's Wicked Saucy and Richard Mitchell in front, 3/4 of a length to Miss Maggie in second. Path to Victory down along the inside is Pretty Flattering. Starting a big backstretch move there is Casarina Hottie, who was last on the outside. Casarina Hottie going by much of the field there on the outside, is now up to 3rd and all the way up to challenge for the lead with Path to Victory. Jamaican Invaders also right there. It's now 5 of them line up across the track. Pretty Flattering just in behind in 6th is only a length and a half back. And What a Knockout is 7th in the trailer. So they go into the far turn off a 50-3 opening half mile. Wicked Saucy still the leader. Jamaican Invader up on the outside, still trying to come after that one. It's a length and a half more back to Miss Maggie. Going to the inside is Pretty Flattering. Casarina Hottie dropped right back out after that big move. Around the far turn, Wicked Saucy, Jamaican Invader. Here's What a Knockout. What a Knockout on the outside now coming up after them. There's been a lot of moves in this race. We'll see if What a Knockout can deliver the final punch. What a Knockout up on the outside of Wicked Saucy. They come to the furlong pole. Pretty Flattering's in behind in the blue colors 3rd. Path to Victory down the outside with Jamaican Invader, but a final furlong to go. What a knockout of Pablo Morales in front now, a length and a half. Wicked Saucy back to second. It's 2 more, then back to Pretty Flattering. What a knockout. Going to go on to win it here. What a knockout at 8-5 by about 4.5 in the end. Wicked Saucy was second, 3rd Pretty Flattering, and 4th Path to Victory.
What a knockout. Start number 20 was, in fact, the lucky one as we see her break her maiden and get to the winner's circle. Pablo Morales in the saddle.
Not often you get to say the 20th time was the charm, right? But if at first you don't succeed, try again. What a knockout. Found the right group and just circled up and inhaled this field. And that Gulfstream Park form continues to play well down at Tampa Bay Downs.
She gets the win, was in fact much the best in this spot. What a knockout with the victory over the number 2, Wicked Saucy, who was stretching out in distance. That was race number 3 at Tampa Bay Downs, as we will bring you prices in a bit and turn our attention back over to the Big A. Our next race coming up will be race number 4, 6 furlongs on the main track. Starter allowance for $50,000. But first, take a look at some of the other exciting things going on. On Saturday, of course, we have the Cigar Mile, but there's also the Demo Cell and the Remsen for the 2-year-olds in the Demo Cell for the young fillies. It'll be exciting to see Julia shining because she is the full sister to Malathat, who won this race in 2020 and just completed a terrific year winning the Breeders' Cup Distaff.
Certainly has the pedigree, and her first start was very, very impressive. She got hit with the kickback and completely put her toes in the ground. She reacted as negatively as a young horse can react to the dirt being thrown back in her face and basically was out of the race. And then she made this long, sustained run going a very difficult debut distance of about 7.5 furlongs, which is more about 7.5 furlongs at Keeneland. And a lot of times young horses, when they react as negatively as she did to the kickback, that's it. Game over, they shut down, they don't perform. The fact that she was able to find her stride and win this race despite that points out just how much natural ability she has. And you see a lot of Malathat's stride to her, don't you? Kind of reaching out and a little bit downhill. A very, very interesting prospect.
Julia Shining, who was impressive on debut, now she will have to take that jump from 7 furlongs to the mile and an eighth in just her second start. As mentioned, she has the pedigree to do exactly that, being the full sister to Malathat, who won the 2020 Demoiselle. But it is an interesting conversation with these 2-year-old fillies.
Yeah, and again, I'll go back to it's more like 7.5 furlongs here, which I think is even tougher to debut because it's one turn. They're always going to go a bit quicker. I think she'll have no trouble getting the mile and an eighth.
Horses in the paddock for the 4th race at Aqueduct. As mentioned, that starter allowance, True Empress, currently the favorite. But let's head down, get a paddock report from Maggie.
It is a very nice December day. There's not a cloud in the sky, but the sun is in my eyes. Wow. It's never easy when you have contact lenses and light eyes and the sun's beaming at you. So I apologize for all the blinking that I've been doing. But let's take a look at number 1. I'm Buzzy in here. This is her first try at a scheduled dirt race. But to be fair to her, she has run well in those off-the-turf events. And last time out, when Spooky Road beat her and beat her soundly, she would come back and win an allowance race with an 87 buyer. For me, yeah, I just think she was probably second best that day on Buzzy, but she also was kind of forced to make a little bit of a premature move, though she did get to save ground in doing so. And with the inside draw again, she probably projects to do that here this time around too. She's really not overly turf meant in her physical makeup at all. She is one that's a little bad to saddle, but they know her. They saddle her outside. They get the tack on without any problems anymore. And she looks healthy. She looks like she's doing a-okay for this scheduled dirt effort. I think she's a bit intriguing here as we'll move on to number 4, Lady Firefoot. There is something that tells me that Lady Firefoot might be the best horse in this race, but this is not her surface. She is a turf sprinter. I'm excited to see, you know, you would think maybe they're just trying this to see what they have for the winter, if they need to put her away or not. But I feel like she's one that maybe next year when turf season comes rolling around could be very dangerous because she's this big-bodied filly that's just built more like a colt. She's so strong, and she just looks, although she hasn't shown any quickness, she just has that quick kind of appearance to her physically. But I just think she kind of sinks possibly over this surface as she was spinning her wheels 2 back in that off the turf event for a maiden 40. So just not the right surface today for Lady Firefoot, Acacia.
Well, we'll look to see her on another day. Lady Firefoot, Maggie, thank you. She's 6-1 right now on the board, coming off of that maiden win, going 6 furlongs on the turf. Taking a look, though, at the number 2, True Emperor. She's looking to make it 3 wins in a row and going 2 for 2 for new trainer Carlos Martin. She got the win last time out over Trade Secret, who came back to win in her subsequent start.
Yeah, and her best effort yet. I mean, she just really finished the deal, cruised up on the outside as easy as a horse can cruise up. Look, Eric Cancel is kind of motionless there. She's going to get over to her right lead, and he just lets her kind of gallop up into his hands, wins under absolutely no pressure whatsoever. Now, she came from a good barn in George Weaver and went to Carlos Martin, and sometimes just a little change in scenery, a little different approach, a little different way of training, or a little different feed program, horses respond positively to. It's never an indictment of former connections when a horse steps up with a big performance. It's just sometimes they respond to something a little bit different.
She's 9-5, co-favorite right now with the number 1, I'm Buzzy. And we'll start there with the post parade. I'm Buzzy cutting back.
Yeah, and co-favorite right now, and it's going to have to work out a trip from the inside, turning back to 6 furlongs.
Here's the number 2, True Empress.
Ultra impressive last time. Best race of her career. If she can back that up, she's obviously a deserving favorite.
Here is the 3, Devilly, one on the dirt, 2 starts back.
Yeah, it just feels like she's going to have to find a little better on a true fast dirt track.
Lady Firefoot, heard from Maggie, more of a turf sprinting filly.
Yeah, and I agree with that assessment, and probably just seeing what they have for the winter.
Here's the 5, Cupid's Girl, 5-2.
Yeah, it has run some good races, a little bit more of a closing sprinter type. Kind of leads us back to how is this race going to develop? Who is the speed here?
That is the field, and it's a compact field. And, yeah, how do you see it playing out? Will be an interesting conversation. Let's see if The fourth member of our team has some insight on that. Jonathan Kinchin here with us from home. JK, very festive in the background. I like it. What are your thoughts on this fourth race?
Acacia, I knew you would like it. I've seen you on social media talking about how Macy's gets you going in the city. So I figured this Christmas tree, other side, this Christmas tree would make you happy. Yeah, look, it's a fun little sequence. I think if you're looking at this pick six, I'm going to get started here singling the two True Empress in the first leg. Now, one of the things I like to do is look at pace figures, and when you're looking at pace figures, one of the ways I like to use them is looking at races that are run at 6.5. Or 6 or 7 furlongs, 6.5 or 7, where horses are then cutting back. What you can do is you can kind of bypass that final speed figure number, right? The higher the number, the better, like a quarterback rating in football. I try to find a horse where they run a little bit better earlier in the race. They showed a lot of early speed. They ran fast early. They just maybe got a little tired late. That's what I feel about True Empress. I thought True Empress's race, until the last, 8th of or 16th of a mile, she got a little tired. And I'm thinking maybe that cut back now to the 6 furlongs could help True Empress out in here to see it through. The pace was fast last time. Hopefully Eric will kind of hustle away from there, keep that position, and I think could be dangerous. And I want to kind of elaborate on something that Maggie said with the 4 Lady Firefoot. I understand her best race has been on the turf, but her dirt race a couple back wasn't that bad. And her last race, her turf race, was her best race of her life. So maybe she's just improving. Maybe this is the best she's ever been. And so maybe that dirt number that we saw 2 races back could actually improve now that we're dealing with a little bit of a better filly.
All right, Jonathan, thank you. And thank you for being festive. I appreciate that. I mean, I'm the type of person that until Thanksgiving, I don't want to hear about it. And then once Thanksgiving hits, that's it. I'm just like throwing tinsel around.
And you want the Christmas music on every radio station.
Yep. I put lights outside our house. My husband came home and was like, what happened here? Garland on the stairs and everything, just like in 24 hours. That's it.
I like it.
Yeah.
I'm with you, though. You got to get through Thanksgiving before you start thinking about.
Enjoy it.
I thought it was interesting what Jonathan was saying about Lady Firefoot. And I agree with Maggie. Looking at that filly in the past from a physical perspective, I see definitely more of a turf sprinter type. But potentially, depending on what Eric Kinsell decides to do on True Empress, she can have speed. And I think it would behoove
good word.
Jose Gomez to use that speed. And we talk about feet and hooves and pun intended.
I understood what you were saying there. I like it. I can always count on Richie for the puns. Let's head back down to Maggie, trackside. Maggie, I do want to hear your thoughts on the rest of this field. But first, is it Christmas before Thanksgiving or after for you?
God, no. Oh, my gosh. There's too much pressure with children to even think about Christmas before December 1st. My rule is December 1st. It has to be the month of December. It can be up from the 1st to the 31st, and that's it. That may sound Scroogey, but my husband's even worse. He won't even touch a Christmas decoration until it's time to take them down. So it's all on me and the girls, and plus there's the added pressure of Elf on the Shelf. I saw a tweet from my good friend Christina Blacker that who else has bolted up in the middle of the night because you forgot to move it? Geisha, these days are ahead of you, as we'll take a look at number 5, Cupid's Girl in here. She's done well. You can see the gradual improvement in her form, and I can see the gradual improvement with her physically, too. So I think she is a decent alternative to your favorite. I'm a little... True Empress, she's going to have to prove it to me that kind of outlying figure of 77 last time can be repeated by these connections. So I will look elsewhere. I actually went with the 1, but I really thought that Cupid's Girl was kind of the other one that I wanted. And we'll see. I thought Jonathan's point with Lady Firefoot was valid, because I noticed it too, that she is an improving filly. I mean, she just gets bigger and stronger with each subsequent start. But you couldn't have a more, I could eat my pumpkin pie out of her feet, Acacia.
We're all thinking about the holidays. Pumpkin pie.
I'm not a fan of pumpkin pie.
Yeah.
No.
I think Maggie's the only one, if I'm not mistaken.
No. Pumpkin cheesecake.
Oh, interesting.
Yes, but pumpkin pie is enough.
Pumpkin spice latte?
I can handle that.
Yeah?
Yeah. I'm not the biggest pumpkin fan, but I can handle that.
I like that. 6-5 right now on the number 2, True Empress. Any final thoughts from you, Richie? Are you going with the favorite here?
I am going with the favorite. I thought her last race was very strong. I do think she has natural enough speed, if allowed to use it, that should give her a tactical advantage to some of these others. Very short price, though.
6-5 right now. The number 1, I'm Buzzy. Dylan Davis looking for another win. Will load in. She is cutting back in distance. Filly by Long Island Sound by Warfront. That's a pedigree you don't see very often.
No, you don't. Have you ever gone out to Montauk Point?
I have not, actually.
That's a good trip.
Yeah.
Yeah. Got to grab Miguel. Go out to Montauk Point.
6-5 on True Empress. Looking to make it 3 in a row. We'll see how it shakes out here in the 4th. Pick 6 kicking off as well. And John and Brielle standing by.
And we're set for the 4th at Aqueduct. And they're off. And they all came away to a good start. Devilly is in between horses, down on the inside on Buzzy, but she's now being passed by Lady Firefoot and Cupid's Girl. The early trailer is True Empress, who sits back in 5th. Devilly with a narrow lead over Lady Firefoot. I'm Buzzy at the rail. Cupid's Girl on the outside, almost 4 lengths back to True Empress, and the quarter was run in 22 and 4/5 seconds. Devilly down at the rail by a half length. Lady Firefoot second by a head with Cupid's Girl on the outside, now moving up a spot. I'm Buzzy down at the rail, and True Empress now draws closer from the back. They're coming for the quarter pole. It is Devilly and Cupid's Girl on the outside with True Empress and the white blinkers coming on now. I'm Buzzy is down at the rail past the 3/16 pole. It is Devilly along with Cupid's Girl, and on the outside True Empress. 3 of them across as they head for the 16th pole. It is Cupid's Girl and True Empress. I'm Buzzy has moved to the outside as they come on for the finish, and it is going to be a bang finish here. 3 noses on the wire. Was it I'm Buzzy? Was it Cupid's Girl? And also right in the mix there was
True Empress in the middle there, as we did see an exciting finish coming down to the wire. Closing late was the one, I'm Buzzy. I think it was either the 1 or the 5. The 5, Cupid's Girl inside, Richie. But these 3 all down to the wire.
Yeah, very interesting race, and a race that to watch a race and dissect it and really get a feel for trips. The one on Buzzy down inside, right behind the pace, saving ground the entire turn under Dylan Davis. Had to wait while True Empress made this very wide, sweeping run around the turn. Cupid's Girl fighting towards the inside. Watch the difference. We're going to show you the basically the head-on shot on the far turn. Now, you look where the horses are positioned. Dylan Davis on the rail, on the eventual winner. Look where True Empress is. She's out 5, 6 wide heading into the turn. The other filly's on the rail. Keep an eye on it. Now, I think this could be a case where Eric Cancel was a bit overconfident because of the way she won last time, easily moving up. But look at the difference in ground traveled, and not even attempting to save any ground around the turn. Now he's going to sweep up like she was going to win like she did last time, always running in hand. Again, still out there about 5 wide. You see Dylan Davis down on the inside. He's got to conserve all that energy being closer to the rail and saving that ground, and now he's going to edge out around horses here. But of course it's going to make her turn of foot or her closing kick that much stronger because she got to save all that ground and save horse at the same time, while True Empress was using up all her energy, making this long, elongated, wide move that you've just got to be so much the best to win with.
A tale of 2 trips, indeed. The number 1, I'm Buzzy, with that late kick. She gets the win. Second win today for Dylan Davis. It was 1-5-2 and a few lengths back to the number 3 under the line in the 4th race. Great ride from Dylan Davis, and it paid off, piloting I'm Buzzy to the winner's circle. We'll bring you prices and more after this on America's Day at the Races.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this,
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Digs down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield, family, form, physique, fantastic.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets. Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the Law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at NairaBets.com today. It was a thriller in race number 4 as we take a look at the Run Happy photo finish. The number 1, I'm Buzzy, closing on the outside, able to get her nose down in time.
Yeah, worked out that inside-out trip, saved all the ground into the stretch, was able to angle out when the two-horse True Empress made that sweeping kind of move. Nice effort from the 5, Cupid's Girl. Mitchell Friedman having a nice little run, a good horseman. A guy can only get what he can get out of his stock. Mitch has been winning with horses that have found their form, doing a tremendous job. Nice ride by Dylan Davis. And, hey, how about a really nice pick by our own Maggie Wolfendale, too. She was all over the 1, I'm Buzzy, who worked out the trip.
Yeah, great call by Maggie. I'm Buzzy, who returned $8.50 over Cupid's Girl and True Empress in race number 4, second win today for Dylan Davis. Mitch Friedman, second win in 2 days, as his Carragate got a victory later in the card yesterday afternoon. Turning our attention back over to Tampa Bay Downs. We're on the turf for race number 4, a mile and an eighth on the grass. 16,000 non-winners of 2 in life, and Tampa has been known for the quality of their turf course. We'll meet the field, kicking things off with the 1, Had Right.
Coming off a bit of a freshening, was last seen at Delaware Park.
Here's the 2, Shimmering Leroyd.
Ran at Meadowlands in Monmouth over the summer. Feels like you'd have to improve a little.
8-1 right now on the board on that one, who's stepping up in class a bit. Here's Azure Sky.
Getting back to the turf, taking the blinkers off.
Blinkers coming off. Last time seen on the turf was for the same level of competition at Colonial. Here's the number 4, Sims.
Yeah, coming off a big effort at Delaware Park in October, a little more recency. You get Daniel Centeno.
5-2 favorite right now. Shipwreck is next.
Yeah, coming off of synthetic races at Gulfstream, is 0 for 9 on the turf.
Switching back to the main track today. Here's Tap Into Your Beer.
Yeah, tried turf one time. That race left a lot to be desired at Tampa.
Not much turf pedigree on the bottom side either. Here's the 7, Angels Magic.
could be the speed of the speed here, and it, has never. He says 1 for 10, on the turf.
Facing fellow Minnesota breds coming down to Florida here. 1 start on the turf where he didn't do much running. Here's Pretty Dude.
Yeah, Pretty Dude has actually pulled up 1 turf try. He's been off a while. Obviously had to pass protocols to be able to be eligible to race again.
Bit of a layoff since May as well. And the number 9, Rainer to the outside.
Yeah, it's been on dirt more recently at Finger Lakes. They don't have a turf course. Gets back to the turf, preferred surface.
Gelding by Vancouver. That's the field for the 4th race. Stepping onto the turf, and as I was mentioning at the top, Tampa known for the quality of their turf horses. You'll see a lot of top trainers shipping horses to Tampa Bay Downs. In fact, in the maiden special weight race a little bit later on in the card, Chad Brown is his first starter at Tampa of the meet. Grand Motion has a couple in there as well. And you will get a very safe, very fair turf course to run over, and you'll see a lot of good horses throughout the winter start their careers on that grass.
It's a terrific course, and it's a great way to get a horse started, maybe your first-time starter or a maiden, or a horse coming off a layoff. You're going to put them on a good, sound surface, get a good race under their belt. Ideally, because the purses aren't as big as some of the other venues, get a good effort and maybe not lose the condition there, but... It's a terrific place, and I know a lot of trainers over the years, and I can go back even P.G. Johnson used to love to give his horses a run over the main course at Tampa, coming out of Ocala, setting them up to come back north. Just a really safe surface that gives a horse a lot of foundation.
Yeah, it's funny. My husband Miguel's down in Florida now, and I'll be spending some time at Tampa throughout the winter, which I'm looking forward to for America's Day at the Races. And he said, "Any chance you're going to Tampa on December 3rd?" I said, "No, it's the Cigar Mile." He said, "Oh, I'm going there with 7 runners." Oh, wow, that's a busy day.
Wow,
so it's that time of year that you're going to see a lot of, again, the big barns going to run their horses at Tampa.
Well, it's a great venue. I love the feel there. It feels like a country fair kind of atmosphere. Really, people are into their racing. And I've had good luck at Tampa Bay Downs, so of course it's a place I like.
It's special memories for you. 5-2 on Sims now for the 4th first turf race of the day. Let's welcome in Jonathan Kinchin once again. JK, thoughts on this first turf race of the day at Tampa?
When I look at turf races, and it feels like a lot of these horses are very similar. Nothing really stands out. Even the favorite in here, the 4, doesn't really stand out from a speed figure standpoint. One of the things I like to do is just try to identify who's going to work out the best trip. And to me, horses that have a little bit of tactical speed, they don't have to go to the front necessarily, but tactical speed that are drawn towards the inside. They'll be able to get their position moving forward. I know Richie knows a little bit about that. And they can save ground, and they can get in and out of spots, right? If you have a horse who's kind of takes back, makes one run, they don't usually have that turn of foot in the early part of the race to get in and out of a spot, saving ground on the inside. We know how important that is in turf racing. To me, it feels like one of these 2 inside horses is going to work out a nice trip. At a better price, I'll take the 1 Had Right. But I do think the 2 Shimmering Leroy is another one. Those 2 horses, keep an eye on them. I think they'll work out good trips here, and they both could be involved late. Will they beat the favorite? Not convinced. They're not that much better, and they're actually probably a little bit of a cut below, but I do think they'll work out good trips.
All about the trip. Jonathan, thank you. Sims currently 2-1, the favorite to get around, who we do see coming down here to Tampa Bay Downs. In fact, for the first time racing over this turf course, a horse that seemed to start out with some promise for Mark Casse and then just never really developed and seemed to find his form more at Delaware. And coming here to this 16 non-winners of 2 condition just feels like the right spot.
I agree with you. I think it's just being well placed here in this spot.
2-1 on the board. Jonathan has some interest in the number 1 Had Right at a nice price of 14-1. Another one taking attention is the 3 Azure Sky back to the turf and getting the blinkers on. They load in for the 4th race at Tampa Bay Downs. We send it up to track announcer Jason Beam for the call.
Here's Sims. Winning on Pretty Dude, and Reiner will be all set for a start here in today's 4th. The Ultimate 6 getting underway on a Friday. Reiner, Jesus Castanon to the outside draw. Goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Shimmering Leroy goes out to the early advantage. Right up alongside of that one is Shipwreck, who's forwardly placed. Reiner toward the outside. Angels Magic also part of the front vanguard as well as they go through that first furlong. It is going to be Angels Magic, Alonso Quinones, to take over and assume command. Shimmering Leroy back toward the inside is second. Right to that one's outside. Pretty Dude is now third. A length and a half more back to Shipwreck. Reiner, those two race in tandem fourth and fifth, about 5.5 off this front runner. It's 2 more lengths then back to Had Right. Right to that one's outside is Tap Into Your Beer. Another break of 2 back to Sims, who's second last. And Azure Sky is the trailer as they have 6 furlongs left to go. 22-2 for an honest opening quarter mile here. Angels Magic goes to the back stretch, stretching that lead out to 4 now. Shimmering Leroy to clear cut second. It's another 4 then. Back to Pretty Dude, who's in third. Shipwreck toward the inside is fourth. Reiner's fifth on the outside. Just inside of that one, Had Right is sixth. And already about 11 or 12 behind this runaway leader. Then comes Tap Into Your Beer, Azure Sky, and Sims is last. Got to be 14 or 15 behind with a half mile left to go. 46-1, so the tempo has been honest as Angels Magic has run that lead up to about 7 or 8 lengths now. Shimmering Leroy continues a clear second. It's now just 3 more. Back to Reiner, who's up a spot in third. Shipwreck starts to back up a little bit in fourth. Had Right tries to move up with Pretty Dude. On the outside, also getting underway is Tap Into Your Beer. Sims, still with a long way to go, is up on the front end. It's still Angels Magic, but that lead was 8. It's a length and a half now. Shimmering Leroy is getting much closer. Here's Maddie Rowland and Shimmering Leroy. Angels Magic back toward the inside is now second. 3 more back to Reiner. Is anyone else coming? Sims is starting to run on from the back. Still has 8 or 9 lengths to find with Tap Into Your Beer and Had Right. A final furlong left to go. Shimmering Leroy, Angels Magic's not done. Those two continue on. Down the outside, Azure Sky is uncoiling a rally. Final 16th to go. Here comes Azure Sky. Jose Bautista right down the outside to win it. Angels Magic got second. Third, Shimmering Leroy. Fourth, looked like Shipwreck over Sims and Tap Into Your Beer.
Azure Sky came flying late, getting back to the turf with those blinkers off as we saw a quick pace being set by the number 7 Angels Magic, Richie, and that horse dug in gamely.
After showing the high speed, fast pace, was able to fight off the 2 and then could not hold off the late rally of Azure Sky, who was produced at the perfect moment by his rider and got it done. The race was strung out early. Like I said, quick pace, but nice ride on Azure Sky to get it done.
Jose Bautista with his second win of the day. Azure Sky getting the victory. Well, that'll do it for Richie and I up here on the set. And Richie, see you tomorrow. Looking forward to a big day of racing.
Oh, I'm excited. Always a big day, Cigar Mile weekend.
We hope that you'll join us. We also hope that you'll stick around for some more live racing action on America's Day at the Races. Greg Wolf and Andy Serling coming up on the desk to take you the rest of the way. And we'll see if Gasoline in today's feature already has a win at the mile in an 1/8. Can he pick up another victory against winners? More after this.
on America's Day at the Races as we are live in the paddock here at Aqueduct and brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. It's race number 5, and it's a non-2 life going the 6.5 furlongs for some of these older horses in here. And, you know, there's an argument to be made that it could be a 2-horse race. We'll take a look at those 2, including your current favorite, number 3, Catching Cupid, who does show up here and takes the drop in class for Charlie Baker off a bit of a freshening. Now he looks incredibly fit, given that little bit of break in racing. I just wish he looked a bit stronger. You know, in the face of the horse who I'll get to next, I much prefer Hang Tight than Catching Cupid. Now, a good thing is that he was a horse who could get a little bit obstreperous in the way that he acted, and talking with our paddock judge, Patrick Davis here, saying that he doesn't go out early anymore, and he's actually behaving quite nicely since they got the tack on him. So that's always good things to note, but I just prefer Hang Tight, as he is first off the claim. He's number 2 in here, and he was wired last time out by Joey Looselitz, but he also broke really slow that day and outwardly. He came in with good energy. He got a good warm-up that day, so I don't really know why, other than being down on the rail. Sometimes the longer a horse has to stand in there, the more chance it will lead to a slow start. So he's drawn in the 2-hole today, but I thought he ran on well while saving ground throughout. He looks sensational here. He's even more energetic. I mean, he was like a bull in a china shop when they were trying to get the tack on him, and he just seems really eager to get out there and do some running, which is something you really like to see, and he's the one that just looks best out of any of these horses in here and makes the most sense, as Rob Atras is looking for his 3rd win on the card. Number 5, Ghostly Prince, total wild card in here as he tries the main track for the first time. It's an interesting, he's an interesting horse based on pedigree, as he's by Cairo Prince. The dam won her lone start, which was on dirt with an 81 buyer. He is half to a grade stakes winner, turf sprinting, but that horse also won 6 times on the dirt. So there's plenty of pedigree to say that he could stand up, proverbially speaking, on the main track, and he looks like it too. Now, he looks much the same as the last time I saw him, which was over the summer. He's a very laid-back horse. He looks more like a sprinting type. Great coat, very fit in here as he makes his first start for Bruno Tessori. But he's just kind of an interesting wild card proposition that maybe at a big price, you kind of use him underneath as we go up to Greg Wolf and Andy Sterling, who are now joining the show. Hey, guys.
Hi, Maggie. Thanks. Good to be with you on this Friday afternoon. This week's rolling along. We got Cigar Mile Saturday coming up tomorrow. Looking forward to it. Good to see you as we get set for the late pick 5 coming up.
Yeah, looking forward to the sequence. Think there's some interesting horses coming up in the races. I'm not against the favorites in here. I, too, feel like it may be a 2-horse race between the 2 and the 3, and I prefer Catching Cupid. It'll be more forward. I thought they were the right 2, but the public's going to agree with that. It's pretty obvious, at least.
Let's look ahead to the weekend, our ABR race of the week. Grade 1 Cigar Mile, and a couple of 3-year-olds that are very interesting in here, including the even money favorite on the morning line, Zandon for Chad Brown. It's going to be going the shortest distance he has gone since his debut when he won sprinting 6 furlongs.
Yeah, it's interesting. It obviously follows the same path that Chad Brown did with Connect, who was more of a router. And I don't see any reason that Zandon shouldn't be effective in the mile. A lot of times horses that make these kind of runs from behind, they get even more intensified when you get those 1-turn mile races. The paces are usually faster. And I think Zandon fits this race perfectly. But the one concern is that his 2 biggest rivals have a little bit of speed, and there isn't an abundance of speed in the race. So his rivals may have a tactical advantage over him.
And you know, Chad Brown was saying we were going to put him away and just come back for 2023, but he was training so sharp. Talked to his owner about it, they said, let's go after it. This horse, Mind Control, if it comes up a really muddy racetrack, and we're expecting rain tomorrow, owners have told Todd Pletcher he does not like the mud at all, so we'll see if he runs. We hope he does. This is expected to be the final start of his career.
I think if your horse is making his final start and you're worried about him handling or not handling the mud, it would be a mistake, but he's their horse, and they've certainly done a lot of right things with him. I don't concern myself with that stuff. I think he's a major player in here. But I also think White Abario, who has speed as well, I think he's a player as well in here.
Yeah, cutting back in distance. intrigued by him. Certainly 2 3-year-olds, very interesting in here, especially with a lot of big name horses retiring in the handicap division. Here's our post parade for the start of the late pick 5, and here's Violent Rock.
Yeah, Violent Rock is coming in for Lynn Cash, who's had success here, but this horse is 0 for 11 on the dirt.
Hang Tight should be coming from far back. Manny Franco rides.
Right. Well, that's the concern. His last race, he did get left a little bit in there. I thought he ran effectively, picking up some pieces, but there isn't a lot of pace in this race.
Well, this guy has some pace. Catching Cupid off since late September for Charlie Baker.
He figures to be forward along with the 7, Nicholas James.
Achilles Heel will cut back in distance. Dylan Davis aboard for Jeffrey Engelhardt.
Right. What concerns me with him is he doesn't have a lot of speed either in here, and he also lost in a kind of a weak race last time out.
Dirt debut for Ghostly Prince coming up.
Yeah, listen, you know, you can only look at pedigrees, and there is a little bit of dirt on the damn side, but wouldn't they have run this guy? And probably has to be as good on turf as dirt as turf.
Bally Shade, that's a new gelding.
Yeah, I guess if you want a new gelding, you want to take a shot, why not? He started out his career okay, but he's been bad since.
He was really quick, early, sprinting too on the dirt. And then Nicholas James, potentially speed outside with a Rad Ortiz Jr.
Listen, this horse's first 4 races would all make him super dangerous here, and he has speed, but where is his ability gone? And it just seems like he's taking money because it's Irad Ortiz more than anything else, right?
Yeah, second off the claim for the Nota Barn. He did not run well first off the claim. Pick 5 starts here. It's a minute to post. Jonathan Kinchin with his thoughts on how to go after this pick 5.
Yeah, guys, I like the 2 Hang Tight for a couple of reasons. One, this horse is in for 25, was entered back on November 13th for 40. It was scratched that day, now back in here for 25. The fact that Rob Atras at least considered entering the horse for 40, I think is a nice sign. Obviously, Rob's barn's been going well today is also a good thing. But from the horse and as an individual, if you look at his last race, he broke extremely slow in that start. And anytime you're on the dirt and you break slow like that, you really are giving the others a pretty good head start. The other thing I like about Hang Tight is in his last 2 starts, he's kind of made a little bit of a rally up the inside. Now, I think that there is some horses that don't like being down in there. It's a courage thing. I think they don't like being in tight. And Hang Tight has shown that in his last 2 starts that he'll finish and he'll run through some adversity. So I'm hoping that Manny Franco can get him out of the gate a little bit cleaner than he did last time. And if that is the case, I do think Hang Tight could be tough in here. I don't want to see him as far back as he's been. I understand that his style is to come from out of it, but I'm hoping he'll be a little bit more connected with more of a fair start at the beginning. So I'm going to go with the 2 Hang Tight in here, and if I'm playing the pick 5, which as soon as I get done talking I will be, I'm going to single the 2 to get started.
All right, pick 5 starts here down to, this horse starting to take a lot of money, down to 2 to 1. He will hope there's some pace up front because he's going to be far back early, it would seem.
Yeah, and there really isn't a lot of projected pace. Now, maybe the 7 gets a super aggressive ride, and that'll help his chances. Listen, I'm not going to be shocked if he wins. I can't really see beyond the 2 and 3. I'd like to have something clever to say. I may have absolutely nothing clever to say. I may be before the race liking the 2 favorites, and after the race I may just be totally wrong. But I'm not going anywhere else in here. They just look like the right horses. I had some ideas the next couple of races, but not in this race beyond the favorite.
Let's head back down to Maggie.
We'll take a look at a horse who is coming in as a new gelding, and I always think it's intriguing sometimes. And I feel like not as of late it's been happening, but that usually if you geld a horse that used to have speed, you'll sometimes see just a better break, alleviating some of the excess from behind. And so it's easier to push. So he looks great. It's just his recent form is blah. It's not great. And maybe he needed his last start, returning off the layoff and getting back to the dirt. He kind of was on the wider chase last time, and he looks incredibly fit here. He's a horse I want to like, but he has just not done enough running for me to say, ooh, jump in on this long shot. But again, Greg, he's a long shot. He's 10 to 1. But again, I'm going to stick with Hang Tight in here. He looked great out in the racetrack, too.
To Maggie's point, there's no reason, and this is going to happen a lot in the winter, if you're sort of skeptical about the shorter prices and you want to have some idea whether it's the new gelding Bally Shade in this race or anywhere, don't be afraid to jump in, because in races like this, I mean, you could say with Catching Cupid, horse ran okay, comes back off a 3-month freshening or 2.5 months freshening, drops down, I think, to an appropriate level. Hang Tight doesn't have much speed. Maybe it was just picking up pieces last time. I don't have an argument with people trying to get creative in these races. You have to be careful as sometimes the winner about trying to get too cute, you know, because sometimes you're looking for things that aren't there.
They're at the same price right now. I mean, the 2 and the 3 at the same price. I mean, would you?
I think the 3 is a much better bet, just
I agree
because
with
the
you.
horse is going to be forward. I'd prefer to have horses that are forward, not because I think the track is playing forward. I just think these are horses that make their own trips, and the other horse often needs some help.
We'll see what happens. Non-winners at 2 life, though. No one's a star in this condition. We'll see if anyone could put any pressure on Catching Cupid. Maybe Arad Ortiz Jr. outside with Nicholas James. Let's go upstairs. John Abriel to get us started in this Friday late pick 5.
They're in the gate. And they're off. That was a stumbling beginning there for number 5, Ghostly Prince, and he is the early trailer. Catching Cupid on the inside and Bally Shade on the outside. The two of them hook up early here with a Violent Rock sitting just off of them in third. Achilles Heel advances in between horses from fourth. Nicholas James is on the outside and in fifth. It's 3.5 lengths. Back to Hang Tight and another 3 to a Ghostly Prince, the trailer, in seventh. The quarter in 23-1. Catching Cupid leads here by a head. Bally Shade on the outside runs in second. Violent Rock is in third, joined on the outside there by Nicholas James. Achilles Heel runs in fifth, and it's a big break. Back to the 2 trailers, Hang Tight and Ghostly Prince. They're coming for the quarter pole with Catching Cupid holding on to the lead. Ran the half mile in 46-2. It is Catching Cupid with the lead into the stretch. Nicholas James is moving up on the outside now to take second. Then Bally Shade and a Violent Rock. Ghostly Prince is way out in the middle of the track, followed by Achilles Heel. Hang Tight is down at the rail, but it is Catching Cupid who is not going to be caught today. Catching Cupid wins here by 5.5 lengths, and it's a 3-way photo for second.
Big margin of victory. This is surprising. This horse did not go off your favorite. The 2 actually late went off as your 8-5 favorite.
I'm shocked, and I know that you agree. I thought this horse should have been the favorite, and he won, so I'm not gloating about liking it, but I still think the discussion that you and I had before the race, where you and I were on the same page, you've got horses. Now listen, John didn't like the 2, and I'm not knocking him for it. If you prefer the 2, then you like the 2. But if you're looking at 2 horses of relatively similar ability, then you're supposed to lean, and I know Jonathan would agree with this, and he does most of the time, you lean to horses that have speed. In this case, maybe a lot of people were suspect about the 3 being off for 2.5 months, running for a quarter. Broke his maiden for $40,000. Where is he supposed to run him? He tried the starter allowance. He's not good enough to win that condition. And once the 7 didn't show any speed in here, he was just able to control, and while the new gelding Bally Shade put a little pressure on him, he was just comfortable the whole way. And is it me, or when you have Joel Rosario and your horse is in front, doesn't it just sort of feel like you got the right horse?
Good feeling. He usually has more left in the tank for that stretch drive. Catching Cupid, 9-5, slight second choice, had been favored just throughout the wagering until the very last click, probably.
Shocking.
Yeah.
But then again, if the 2 had won, I would have said they knew. So I don't know. You got Lynn Cash second at 22-1. Guys' horses are alive.
Continuing to run here, yeah.
They're alive.
Don't forget, he's got a couple in the Cigar Mile coming up on Saturday as well. 3-1-2-7. Catching Cupid, 9-5. Rosario, Charlie Baker, Happy Face Racing Stable kick off the late pick 5 sequence. We'll have the prices when we come back. We'll get into the Tampa Bay Downs pick 5 when we return. They'll begin with a maiden special weight, mile and 40 yards. Safi Joseph's going to send out White Barrio this weekend in New York. He's got Prairie Hawk as the one to beat at Tampa.
Phillips Champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One partner, one horse, one victory at a time.
Flight line, 20 lengths clear.
Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
I feel like he's getting all the good of Medaglia d'Oro. A lot of quality. They move well. They're very uncomplicated horses. The ones I've seen, they're very easy to like. They have balance and motion, and the ones I've been around seem to have good minds and easy to work with. So I think he's a very exciting horse. From my personal experience, it's been very positive. And I think that's congruent for most people. Everybody I seem to talk to, if they're binoculars are trying to buy them because they can't get one bought yet, and the consignors seem to be very happy selling them. So from the folks I work with and the people I'm around in my world, I think he's been very well received.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
We are back at America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. Good to have you with us. Late pick 5, Tampa starts in this race coming up. Maiden special weight, mile and 40 yards. And the 4-5 favorite, that Safi Joseph Jr. runner, son of Curlin, the 5 Prairie Hawk. But here's the 1, Antonov, to kick things off.
Yeah, the truth is, this horse's last race at Delaware is fast enough to be a contender. 7-1 feels like an overlay.
The bearish one, Mike Deeney.
I'm bearish on this one. Ooh.
Brooklyn guy at 6-1.
I didn't think that was incredibly clever.
Dirt debut.
Yeah, the pedigree isn't just going to move forward. It did run well enough, I guess, 2 back on the synthetic.
7-2 Silver Style was just second at this level at Delaware.
Yeah, I think this horse is perfectly logical in here, and 7-2 is not a bad price.
So Prairie Hawk 4-5. This horse showed speed, sprinting, now stretches out to a mile and 40-yard start too.
Savvy Joseph is very good with his numbers, stretching horses out and stretching out maidens in general, but I think they're going overboard at 4-5.
Suerte 9-2. Dirt debut, didn't show a lot of talent, then went on synthetic.
Right. Did he improve in synthetic or did he improve with distance? Looking at the pedigree, I'm going to say this would improve with distance. I'm betting a few dollars on Suerte, 5-1.
Good luck.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Greg. It means a lot to me.
What's the horse's name? Suerte. 2 minutes to post.
Is that right?
Yes. Late pick 5 starts. They're back in New York, but I meant it as well. Catching Cupid, 9-5, second choice. Starts off the late pick 5 here in New York. Joel Rosario, Charlie Baker, Happy Face Racing Stable.
Yeah, I mean, just able to control comfortably. The 7 didn't show his expected speed. Little bit of pressure from the number 6, the new Gelding, but at the end of the day, the best horse won the race and won it convincingly. When the best horse has a pace advantage, tough to beat those horses.
Dominant there on the front end. And $5.90. If you happen to have that exacta with Violent Rock underneath, that's a way to make some money. $43.50 with a 22-1 shot underneath.
I'm kind of mad at myself. I picked the race 3-2-1. Should have been smart enough to play, fool around, have the exacta. Or the try. There's that 10% Naira bets bonus on the trifectas. Clearly screwed up.
Just underway in a pick 5 with Catching Cupid. Was favored throughout most of the wagering until probably right before the gates opened. Winds up slight second choice as we get into the late pick 4 coming up next. And it begins with an allowance optional claiming sprint. 6 furlongs in here. Patty H off a lengthy layoff. Ran very good, going 6.5 last start, was on the lead, just got caught late by, I feel like this on an incredible roll, Mosienko.
I agree. And Patty H, now that number, the buyer number of 88 is a little on the seeming higher for both those horses. But even if she runs an 80-ish, she's probably the horse to beat in here. And I think she is the horse to beat. But I don't think the horse inside of her, the Cantor Machi horse that was claimed, is an interesting horse here. I know she appears a little bit slow on dirt. her better races give her a chance, and Caramachis have tremendous numbers off the claim with dirt sprinters here and in general. But this horse might be a very interesting horse, claimed, moving up aggressively, often a good sign. I'm going to take a small shot with the 4, Sister Annie, in here.
9-2 right now. Wow, taking a little money. So we'll get into this more in depth in a moment. Coming up tomorrow, this is the lineup on Cigar Mile Saturday. Big one happens at 3:43 Eastern time. Final grade 1 of the year in New York. But we kick things off with stakes action with fillies and trying to see if this talented young filly can follow in her full sister's footsteps. Julia Shining, who turned a lot of heads with that debut at Keeneland for Todd Pletcher, the full sister to Malathot.
You know, it's really, I was very impressed by this debut, and I think it's impossible not to be. Listen, you have to be careful with visually impressive horses at close, and sometimes you tend to overrate them and you want to look at figures. The figure of 71 is not going to make anybody go wild, but
Malathot got a 77 in her debut.
And the way she ran, she really did run very well in here. She didn't break super sharply, and she really was made a super long, sustained run. It's hard.
Wasn't handling the track.
I just think
liking the kickback.
Well, I just think she didn't know what she was doing to begin the race, and she got herself into it. I do think she's very talented. On the other hand, I don't think she's supposed to be the 3 to 5. She's 3 to 5 in the morning line, and she's going to be an enormous favorite here. So I did pick against her. I'm not against her. I think she's the likeliest winner here. I just don't know if you want to take that short a price with a second-time starter, but she has a chance to be very, very good. Beyond her pedigree. Her pedigree is obviously exceptional, but she might be really good. And listen, I was, crowing about her when I watched her debut. But still, do we really want to take this horse at that short a price tomorrow?
I do.
Okay. No, you're not against her?
We'll see.
I get it. I agonized over it.
These 2-year-old races, anyone could take a big move forward. And who knows, too, if the track comes up a sloppy mess and that's kicking back in her face, maybe she won't like that either.
Yeah, or maybe she'll love it. Maybe it won't matter.
It's a tough call.
Listen, I'm not against her, and I think there's a real chance that she's an exciting horse. So I'm not, and we always root to have exciting horses out there, and that's a division that could use some help. No knock on Wonder Wheel, but she's no superstar from what we've seen. Obviously, Who's Your Filly, Tom Amos's horse. We're all going to be rooting for that horse. We want that horse to be terrific. She's going to have to be faster, though, for me to get excited about her.
He has talked about her. Well, you already said he's the best horse. She's the best horse Tom's ever had. That includes Serengeti Empress.
Has Joe Politi contacted him after he made that comment? Because I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to start really abusing Tom about that.
Tom is excited about. I mean, he's talking about.
We may have to have
talking about winning awards with her next year.
Yeah, I know. He's out of his mind.
Antonov, late scratch here at Tampa. So the 1 comes off the board in here. Even money on this Safi Joseph Jr. runner who should be in front. Let's go to Jonathan for more.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the 5 Prairie Hawk, you do imagine this horse will be forward and will likely make the lead. If you look at the pace figures, going in a sprint, the fastest horse in here, without a doubt. I would imagine this horse will be forward. And when I first looked at the race, I felt to myself, you know what, I think this one's going to get loose. And I think that it doesn't really matter if the stretch out isn't what she wants, or he wants, excuse me. I think he'll probably just kind of still find himself at the wire in front because I don't see much in behind. As I dug a little bit deeper, I think the 4 Silver Style is a little bit sneaky. This horse has faster speed figures, but the pace figures aren't that fast. But I still feel like Silver Style will be close enough. And the way the prices are kind of starting to look now, he turns into the favorite here at 9 to 5. I just think this horse is going to end up working out a nice trip. I think the 5's going to get a little bit lost on the lead, likely going to invite him into the race. And I think the 4 is the one that you want in here at 9 to 5.
Has a little more seasoning, a little more experience, the 4 over the 5. We'll see if that's worth anything here. But those 3 prior starts, they all came at Delaware. Now shifting here to Tampa Bay Downs.
Yeah, no, I'm not. The only problem that I have with the 4 is the horse has been a short price 3 straight times and run second in all those races. Having said that, you're still getting a fair enough price. I think Suerte is a horse, the 6. Listen, the 5 can win and can just wire the field, but I think Suerte improved with distance. Looking at the pedigree, this horse is supposed to improve with distance. I don't think it was synthetic.
Pick 5 starts here from Oldsmar, Florida. Jason Beam, the call.
Suerte and Jesus Castanon to complete the line. Suerte in the Godolphin blue. Goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Caught him in a pretty good line as the favorite, Prairie Hawk, goes right out to the front. Silver Style to that one's inside. Away in good order. Those two favorites quickest here as they run to that first turn. Suerte up from the outside along with Brooklyn Guy. They're third and fourth. And the bearish one is fifth and last to go into that first turn by the 7/8 pole. And Silver Style, Raul Mena cuts the corner and quickly opens up 3 on Prairie Hawk, who's under a good hold in second. Length and a half more back to Suerte. The gray is third now. All alone in that spot is Brooklyn Guy back fourth. And the bearish one is fifth in the trailer. So they go on to the back stretch after a 24-second opening quarter mile. Silver Style struts his stuff past the 5.5 furlong pole in front by about 5 now. Prairie Hawk all alone in second. It's 3 more then back to Suerte in third. The 2 at the back are Brooklyn Guy and the bearish one, and they're about 10 or 11 off this freewheeling leader up front. It's Silver Style past the half-mile pole. The lead's about 4.5 now. Silver Style got through that opening half in 47 4/5 seconds. Prairie Hawk getting a little bit closer now from second, draws within 2. It's a length and a half more then back to Suerte, who's also gotten within shouting distance. Another 4.5 then back to Brooklyn Guy. Nothing yet from the bearish one, who's last. Around that far turn, Silver Style the leader. Silver Style past the 5/16, a length and a half. Prairie Hawk given the cue to come after that long-time leader. Just in behind them, Suerte stays toward the inside, still has 3.5 to make up. They come to the top of the stretch, and here's Prairie Hawk with a move. Prairie Hawk cornering a bit wide, but takes the lead into the stretch. Silver Style back to second. Suerte going to try to come catch this favored leader as they have the furlong pole to go. It's Prairie Hawk in front. Prairie Hawk to the 16th pole in front by 3. Suerte up to second. Silver Style back third. Prairie Hawk, Sammy in victory formation. Prairie Hawk going to win this one, geared down 2.5, 3 in the end. Suerte was second, third went to Silver Style, fourth Brooklyn Guy.
Prairie Hawk appreciating the stretch out and wins geared down here under Sammy Camacho.
Yeah, this horse was much the best in here, and Sammy obviously very confident, allowing Silver Style to run off. Now, they went a legitimate half to go under 48 seconds for these horses at Tampa. It feels to me, I mean, I don't know, maybe the track's playing super fast, but it feels like a fast pace, and the way the 4 fell apart. Suerte ran okay, was just second best.
Pick 4 up next from South Ozone Park 6 furlong sprint. And that filly right there, Patty H. Big effort off a long layoff, off from early January to early October. Just missed against a filly who'd won 4 in a row. Second off the bench, she is the one to beat.
Here comes Malathon. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathon grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathon has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curlin, the classic sire.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. We're getting set for the Late Pick 4 here in New York. Program brought to you in part by the champion sprinter Run Happy. Never lost in his career while sprinting and now standing in legendary stall number 1, Claiborne Farm. This filly ran a big effort, tried to go gate to wire. A filly in sharp form, just was able to run her down. Now it's second off the lengthy layoff for this Anthony Dutrow filly.
Yeah, no, I respect her. I think she's the horse to beat in general in her career. The other thing you have to like about her is her consistency. 5 wins and 14 starts with 4 seconds. For the most part, she shows up.
Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Taking a look at Patty H, I always feel like I'm at a disadvantage when I'm looking at a horse second off the bench when I haven't seen them first off the bench. But the one thing we can say is what Greg just did is that she ran very well off of that long layoff through quick fractions, which she was pressed the whole way to. She's always been a filly that does tend to run a little bit hot, but it's cold down here and the sun's left us, and she's gotten a little hot, around her neck, on her shoulder, and I don't necessarily love to see that. And furthermore, she just looks a little bit kind of drab in her coat. And just as a very short price favorite, I would like to see her looking a bit better than what she does. And it does feel as though she's going to have company up front again here today. Now, the horse that ultimately, if I was just blindly picking horses on appearances, it would be a landslide to number 2, Snicket. She looks sensational. Dave Duggan having a great year and is evidenced in the way that his horses look. I just love what I'm seeing from her. I just don't know how she necessarily wins this race from a tactical standpoint, as the new shooter is number 4, Sister Annie, coming in off the claim from Matt Cantermasi, sorry. She had to be hustled to be forward. She dueled. She finished better than the horse that she dueled with that day. She looks fine in here. Look, the Cantermasi's horses always look good, and she makes a good impression on me, so we'll see what kind of trip she pulls here, making her NYRA debut, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. We'll start our post parade with Secret Love, John Kimmel, and just was third in a stake. Banksting was second in that race.
What's seductive about her is she appears to be the one horse that can close into a race that has a lot of potential speed.
Everyone loves Linda, just went by Kinder Carmouche.
Yeah, I just don't see how she can wire this field. She may be the speed, though.
Sister Annie at 5-1.
I like her chances. We'll talk more about it after the post parade.
9-5 favorite. Here's Patty H. Javier Castellano.
I think she's very dangerous. I don't think she's running an 88, but even some of her other figs are good enough.
And Rosario on Violent Vixen coming off a win.
Was the considerably slower of 2 divisions last time out, and she's meeting tougher horses than 2-A-T. Drew well outside, but she's a horse that's only been most effective when she's been able to control.
And we skipped it. They went so fast. Snicket went by as well, coming off a win. She got a big figure for that victory.
But she's another one. She's most effective when forward, but she has rated in the past. I'm not gonna be shy. The 3 would surprise me here. Everyone loves Linda.
So here's Sister Annie, Mercan Cantermasi off the claim. This has been a popular filly in the claim box.
And they have just terrific numbers. You look at that, 24%. And those are their numbers overall. They're 21 for 88 at NYRA with a 231 ROI. That just basically says they're claiming horses and improving them because they're paying around $10 and they're winning. And that's impressive. And if you go back, I mean, this is a horse that ran against Army Wife in the Iowa Oaks. And Army Wife was, I would say, what was she, 3rd in the Alabama, I want to say, last year? I think she followed that up with a 3rd-place finish. She's running against some pretty good horses, and I think her last race might be a little better than that 67 buyer suggests. And I think she's a horse that can run a number in the mid to high 70s, which, in my opinion, puts her extremely in the mix here. I like her chances, and they're a sharp outfit. They claimed this horse, and they're not dropping her. They've waited to run her in here, and she's running in an aggressive spot. I like when people claim they're aggressive. It says to me that they think the horse is doing well.
5-1 right now on Sister Annie. Second, be less than 2 lengths in this race. Well, clear of that 3rd-place finisher at Keeneland. So will that form translate here to New York? Let's go to Jonathan.
Yeah, I talked a little bit at the top of the show about an angle that I like, which is looking at pace figures with horses that are cutting back, where their final number might not be fast enough, but if you look earlier in that previous race, is a distance change going to work better for them? And I think the one Secret Love is one of those types of horses. It didn't work out earlier, but I try not to be too results-oriented. You want to try to stick to things that you believe, and I feel like Secret Love is going to really appreciate that cut back from 6.5 to 6. Secret Love To me, it's about Secret Love in the 5, Patty H, who exit the same race on October 6th. One of those two horses, very similar like Andy said in the last race. I'll be shocked if one of those two horses doesn't win. It just feels like one of them should be able to get the job done with the 5, Patty H. Another one who I think will appreciate the cutback, has some tactical speed, is drawn outside of her main competition as well. In one of those situations where it feels like she could work out a pretty nice trip from out there, but I like the one Secret Love in here. It was the one that kind of caught my attention first, and I also like with Secret Love that you're going to get Lasix back. Didn't have Lasix last time in that Iroquois, and will have them here today.
She's favored in here, Rat Ortiz Jr. Of course, he always attracts money wherever he winds up riding for Kimmel, and we're going to see, she was third, Bank Sting was second in that Iroquois. We're going to see Bank Sting tomorrow in a very competitive Go for One.
That's a really interesting race, that Go for One. There's a lot of horses in there that have been in good form, and I think the 4 major players are going to be tough in there, but an interesting race, and nice to get a big field for that race as well. One of the things about Secret Love, I think she's a little dressed up off her last race, because that was a race where the pace completely held together, and I think it may have flattered her in there. I'm not saying she can't win, because obviously she can win. And if they start moving up front, she's supposed to be the one that can take advantage of it.
She just, too. I mean, in the races I looked, I mean, she's reliable, but she hasn't moved forward. She's run the same, sort of the same number every single time, which is, you love to have horses like that, but I thought there was more upside with Patty H.
As far as you mean just in general as a racehorse?
Ran a much stronger figure and has room to move forward, second off a lengthy layoff.
I prefer Patty H to her. I don't disagree with you. I prefer Patty H. I picked the race 4-5-1. I do prefer Patty H. I'm not Secret Love's biggest fan. I don't know how reliable she is, to be honest with you. She's okay, but there's a lot of less than spectacular performances. But you could also argue she's kept some pretty good company.
Do you feel that, as we look at the 5 Patty H here, does she have to be in front to win? Or can she sit
Patty
and
H?
stalk?
I think she can stalk. I mean, she is a horse that's always in the mix. So that's a reasonable question, I guess, if you look at it, right? The wind's showing. She can stalk a little bit, but you're probably right. She probably really needs to be engaged in here. And that could work against her. That's fair. But at least in her case, she should be outside of the speeds, because I don't think that the number 6, Violent Vixen, is going to be right there in the mix of it. But maybe she will be.
Well, Violent Vixen, big move forward for her. Second off the layoff as well. She's actually won her last 3 starts on dirt, the 6 Violent Vixen. As we get another look here at Sister Annie, Junior Alvarado for the Cantor Massey barn. 8 of her 16 starts, she's been first or second.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing. She's another one, right? She's 13 for 16 hitting the board in those races. And I think it just shows she's a real model of consistency, and she's handled surfaces besides dirt. Her best race is not going to beat Patty H if she runs her best race, but I think it matches up well in general with the races that most of these horses run. And she's a square price at 6-1. I don't love her, but the Cantermachis have good numbers, and I think that the moving up in class is a positive sign off the claim.
Snicket at 9-2. Jose Ortiz coming off a victory last time out.
For instance, I'll be shocked if Snicket wins this race. I just don't know if she's really good enough, whereas I can see my horse moving forward. I think it's a much better bet at 6-1.
Favorite, though, has gone back to the inside at Secret Love, the 1, who's the slight favorite. There's Patty H, second choice. She takes a move forward off that comeback effort October 6th. She's going to be tough. And Violent Vixen, again, has won her last 3 on dirt, the 6th. Let's go to John Imbrial. Pick 4 starts here.
And they're off. Number 4, Sister Annie, steadied shortly after the start and trails. Violent Vixen from the outside has a narrow lead here in the early going, with Snicket and Secret Love just behind second and third, 3 lengths to Everyone Loves Linda in 4th. Alongside is Patty H, and the trailer is Sister Annie in 6th. Violent Vixen is the leader here by a length. And on the outside is Snicket, who is second by a half length. Secret Love is down at the rail. The quarter went in 22-2. Patty H runs in 4th, almost 5 lengths from the lead. Then Sister Annie and Everyone Loves Linda. Violent Vixen on the inside and Snicket on the outside. And now the 2 of them are right together. Secret Love in behind, racing in 3rd. And Secret Love is going to move to the outside for the final quarter mile. It is Violent Vixen, Snicket, and here is Secret Love on the outside. Secret Love now surges to the lead. Snicket continues to battle on. Violent Vixen is now back running in third. It is Secret Love and Snicket, and the two of them are heads apart. Snicket trying to come back again on the inside of Secret Love. The two of them will fight it out to the finish, and it is Secret Love by a head. Secret Love narrowly over Snicket in race 6 at Aqueduct.
We're going to have to go back, take a look at what happened at the beginning of this race here. Things changed a lot out of the gate. Secret Love, in the end, winds up outdueling Snicket for the win.
Yeah, and give her credit. She showed up. Snicket showed up and ran well, and the race was dominated at the front end. Obviously, Violent Vixen just overmatched in this race. Something must have gone wrong at the start, because we'll try to see the head-on to see exactly what happened. My horse was completely eliminated, Sister Annie, at the start. Whatever chance she had,
5 looked
went
like
to
she
0,
minorly took up
and
as
maybe
well.
she came in on her or something, because the fact that Patty H, everyone loves Linda, and Patty H nowhere near this pace. Now, that pace was honest. I'm not suggesting they were walking, but something clearly went wrong at the start. Yeah,
Oh, wow.
The 6 came in and eliminated everybody. And I mean, you know, the 6s came in and just completely altered the outcome of this race. I mean, frankly, this is a race that's just no knock on the horse that ran 1-2, but all of the 4 and 5 were completely eliminated because the 6 came in at the start.
Yeah.
It's not something you see
That was
Joel
egregious.
Lazar doing it. I don't believe that Joel in any way is at fault. He doesn't ride like that. You
No,
never
not
see
at
him
all.
riding
And you're
like
not
that
saying
at all. Yeah, no, you're not. And I just want to be clear.
No,
to
you're
people.
not.
Yeah, no, I just want to, but I want to be clear. Joel does not ride
Yeah.
like that. He's not a herder. He doesn't
Unfortunate,
ride like that. But it-
unfortunate incident that happened, but it completely changed the complexion of the race.
and when you think about the one, what's so interesting is it normally is an inside thing. And inside horses get in trouble, and the ones on the outside are the ones that are clear of the trouble. In this case, it was the horses on the inside. The 3 acted as a bit of a buffer against them and just made it so there was nobody else in the race. And I'm not knocking them. They might have run 1-2 anyway. But there's no way you know what this race would have looked like with a clean break. There's just no way you can know.
Yep. Well, in the end, credit Secret Love, outduels a game Snicket, picks up the 5th win of her career, and does so as the 9-5 favorite, but really changed out of the gate here with Violent Vixen taking out the 4 and the 5, who projected to be part of the speed. We'll have prices for you when we come back. We'll move on to more from Tampa. Their late pick 4 is up next. We'll kick it off with a non-winners at 2 Life turf race at 1 mile and 1/8. We'll be back. More America's Day at the Races right after this.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter.
Trainer. ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing!
I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. It's brought to you where you can play it all. NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. That was a screeching halt they came to on the street. Hopefully that didn't cause an accident. Got a great shot, though. To Tampa. Pick 4 coming up. And we'll be on the turf here. Mile and an eighth. Non-winners at 2 life. 16 claimers to kick it off. Here's Magical Adventure.
Yeah, Imagine Adventure just has very little speed in this race, and it doesn't feel like they're going to be flying up front. And I don't know if she's good enough anyway. He is.
Major Frontier has been on synthetic the last couple.
Listen, you go well back, and this horse ran against some much better horses, but another horse's recent form's a bit questionable.
5-1, Just Praise. Turf debut.
Yeah, and this horse has a big turf pedigree, by the way. As I have to say, Saif was a very nice turf runner. So there's plenty of turf pedigree for this horse.
Vladislav at 5-1.
Yeah, coming in from out of town. I wasn't excited.
Did win at Tampa for maiden 16 claiming.
The last 2 races concerned me, though.
Can you hear me now at 8-1?
I hear you, Greg. I don't think you're good enough. You're good enough.
The 6. I hope you're meaning the 6.
Did you like China Beach? Did you like the TV show? Dana Delaney?
I never saw it, Andy.
Not bad.
No.
Not a bad show. Kind of dating myself.
This one coming in from Colonial.
Another one that lacks any speed.
What do you do with this horse? 8 thirds in 15 tries on the grass, but should be in front.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem. She's 1 for 25. Is Live for a Song outside of her first time in the turf going to handle the turf and should give her pressure? If she doesn't, isn't the 8 gone?
The 9's only, the Dam's only other foal to try the turf, 0 for 3 in the money, didn't run out at all. She tried it once. She didn't run out at all.
This horse is
favorite.
Favored right now. I'd like to book this horse. Because, first of all, this horse isn't supposed to be able to outrun the 8.
Yeah.
So you've got other speed to deal with, and it's a negative turf pedigree. I'm betting on, I'm making the 4 first time in the grass. Actually.
All right. Back to New York, Secret Love. John Kimmel, a Rat Ortiz Jr. Never hurts to get a little assist. Hard enough to win in this game. Connections will take it. She's very talented filly, obviously. Pace complexion changed right out of the gate. She gets the win here. Outduel Snicket to the wire.
Right. Not only did the pace complexion change, though they were moving up front, but the whole race changed because major contenders, the 4 and 5, were completely eliminated at the start. Not to take anything away from Secret Love. I think she and Snicket both ran very well in here, but it was a race that you would like to, certainly I'd like to see it run again without the 4 and 5 getting eliminated break, considering I bet the 4. But that's the way it goes sometimes.
1, 2, 6. Nidlaw stable, Kimmel, and Rat Ortiz Jr. winning connections with his 4-year-old filly, who wins for the 5th time in her career. So 2 legs in, formful beginning to this late pick 5, but still some opportunities for things to get interesting, certainly in this next race. And I thought the nightcap wide open as well. This 7th race, 6 furlongs, 30 maiden claiming group, and just not much form to go off on at all in here.
I imagine Secret Thunder, the 8, will be a heavy favorite by post time. I really like the 2 chuckles. I hope I'm chuckling after the race.
Drops out of a state-bred maiden special was 83-1 in that debut for Chris Engelhardt.
Yeah, I think that horse ran against much better horses and looked to me like a horse that would benefit from the debut.
Remsen last year turned out to have some pretty nice horses in it.
People like to dump on our races. They're not dumping on the Remsen last year. They're not dumping on the Wood Memorial.
First test for 2-year-olds going a mile and an eighth, and we have some intriguing runners in this year's group. Tuskegee Airmen coming in from out of town for John Service has put together back-to-back wins at 7/8 and at a mile at Parks and Delaware. Let's take a look at him. Beat Midnight Trouble in that stakes race at Delaware last start.
Yeah, I'm not sure that the second-place finisher didn't run sort of a much more competitive race with the winner than the finish makes it look, because he did so much dirty work in here. And whereas the winner got that comfortable trip coming up the rail and getting the victory, I think both of them are players in here. I feel like the winner is going to be overbet vis-a-vis his competition. I pick neither one of them, though.
John Service says he trains Tuskegee Airmen, says he's still just kind of goofing around out there. When he puts it all together, he's going to be a dangerous horse. We'll see if he can do that on Saturday. Meanwhile, Arctic Arrogance, quick to accuse. They were 1-2 in the New York bred Sleepy Hollow on October 30th.
Arctic Arrogance didn't give any suggestion that he's not going to be able to handle more distance. Now, there's an argument that his speed helped him in here. The inside wasn't a bad place to be. I thought the horse who ran second to him was going to run well in here. I thought he had a chance to upset and turn tables. I actually picked the 2 New York breds 1-2 in here. But I went the other way. Take a little shot. The second place finisher can improve a little bit. Thought a little against it compared to the trip the winner had. Though they both ran well.
Early test to try and get a mile and an eighth for these 2-year-olds. First time trying this distance. And certainly both these New York breds interesting. And, you know, that Danny Gargan horse apparently can run a little bit too.
Danny Gargan has terrible numbers off of maiden wins on the dirt. Looking those up, but I don't disagree. Not impossible, that horse. I was looking up Linda Rice, who trains Arctic Arrogance. She's got really good numbers in mile and eighth races. And I laugh because I think about how people used to sort of try to pigeonhole her as a turf sprint trainer. And back in the day, those were the horses that Linda had, but she's kind of gotten away from that a lot. And her numbers with routers in the dirt are strong.
Well, interesting you say that because we got Curlin's Wisdom later today going a mile and an eighth, who looks like a major player. He's going a mile and an eighth.
His career has totally turned around the last few starts. He's just a much. Yeah. I mean, you look at him, and I think you almost judge him only by his recent starts. You don't, because he's just a horse that really wasn't very good early. And I imagine Bill Mott is frustrated looking at it and thinking, you know, I just think he's turned it around. I don't think it's necessarily a case that Linda's done something that Bill didn't do as much as he's just gotten his act together.
Back to Oldsmar, Florida. This race starts the pick 4 at Tampa Bay, mile and an eighth on the lawn. Jonathan, where are you going to wind up?
Yeah, I'm going to go on the 8. You guys talked about that horse a little bit, who looks loose in here. And a lot of times in these turf races, it can get a little bit frustrating because it looks to be like a horse is going to be loose. And then they end up kind of raiding, inviting other horses into the race. It does feel like Gunman should be out there. This horse has a pace edge. This horse has found the lead in his last 3 starts and also comes in, haven't run since May. So you'd like to think there's probably a level of freshness to Gunman as well, where he's going to kind of pop away from there, and hopefully the rider will just kind of stay out of his way. No reason to try to raid him. Take advantage of that weapon that you have. And there's no better horse to explain taking advantage of that weapon than a horse like Knicks Go, who just went out there and ran horses off their feet. Trust me, I'm not comparing Gunman to Knicks Go. I'm just simply saying those tactics. Let him roll in here, and I think he'll be hard to catch.
This is a crazy price on him. The fact that he is 8-1.
I mean, I understand that he's not a winning type and all those things, but he should never be this price. And I think he's a much more likely winner than the horse outside of him at 3-1. I think he's a terrible underlay.
Obviously, all those thirds give you pause, but at that number, I mean, horse who's going to be in front, dropping in class as well, showing ability on the lawn. Wow, 5's taking all the money in here, 5-2 right now. Vladislav coming in from Laurel. Sammy Camacho will be aboard there. This race, again, kicks off this pick 4. This next race, too, very interesting. That's that straight maiden race on the turf at about 16th.
That's a fascinating race. Yeah. I agree. You've got the Clarvich horse, the Dubawi, off a long layoff, but I think that Bucktown is dangerous in the trip for the first time. So is the 3 Bassanio and the 7 Benkei. There's a lot of sharp outfits in that race. That's a really, really good turf maiden race coming up.
Benkei,
I think the 9. The 9 is a little interesting in there as well.
Yeah, produced is it Alterite? Is that how you say it? Grade 1 Garden City winner.
Alterite.
3rd in the Breeders' Cup Fillium or turf. So that's coming up next, part of this pick 4. And there is the 8 gunman stepping in. Let's go to Jason Beam, start of the pick 4 from Tampa.
Vladislav. Sammy Camacho and Vladislav. Sammy looking for a race-to-race double. And Jose Bautista on Live for the Song, already with a double today. Vladislav now goes in. Live for the Song to complete the line. Goes forward. They're in the gate. And the race is on. A little bit of crowding there for Can You Hear Me Now? Good start, Major Frontier, Magical Adventure from the inside, and Gunman toward the far outside. Those three are the quickest. It's Gunman and Magical Adventure, the two that go on best. Wrangled back in third, Major Frontier. Inside of that one, getting over toward the inside was Just Praise, who's down along the rail. A little bit of traffic there for Can You Hear Me Now as well toward the back. They come by us the first time. It's Gunman and Richard Mitchell to take the point. Gunman by 2.5 lengths now to Magical Adventure, Major Frontier. They're second and third, moving up between horses. Live for the Song. China Beach going to be carried out about 5 paths wide. There's Just Praise. Had to tap on the brakes momentarily as well. Then comes Can You Hear Me Now, and Vladislav is the trailer. So Gunman took him through an opening quarter, 23 1/5 seconds, and peels onto the back stretch, 3.5 in front. Magical Adventure in second. Right to that one's outside. Major Frontier, Pablo Morales third under a good hold. Then comes Just Praise, who stays toward the inside. China Beach, Vladislav starting to move up in between runners. They are in the black silk screen cap. Then comes Live for the Song, and Can You Hear Me Now is at the back. 47-2 for the opening half mile. Just 7 or 8 lengths cover them with 3.5 furlongs to go. Gunman but company is coming. Between horses, Magical Adventure. Major Frontier out 3 deep as they run to that far turn. Then comes Just Praise. China Beach going to be 3 or 4 wide. Vladislav looking for room in and amongst horses. The top 6 only covered 2.5. It's 3 more than back to Can You Hear Me Now? Live for the Song has dropped out last. Winding around toward the top of the stretch. On the outside, trying to loop up, is Major Frontier. Gunman battles on. Magical Adventure between horses. Those 3 across the track as they spin into the lane. In behind them, Vladislav going to switch toward the outside. Just Praise looking for a seam in the yellow cap. They have a final furlong left to go. Major Frontier, Magical Adventure. Vladislav trying to wear them down on the outside. Magical Adventure and Major Frontier. These are the 2 for the final 50 yards. Vladislav down the outside. Major Frontier just in front. Major Frontier, I think, held on. It's close. Magical Adventure didn't have the nose down, but it looked like Major Frontier got it. Vladislav was third, long way back to Just Praise in China Beach.
Oh, it is the 3. Major Frontier. That is the second win on the grass in 10 tries.
Well, he started his career running fairly well, but his recent races left a lot to be desired, and I believe this is the trainer's first win in 2022, coming just in time as the year is winding down. Absolutely nothing from the 2 first-time turver, Just Praise, who I liked, had a perfect trip, couldn't nail the grass, and Live for the Song. It was about as ridiculous as the 3-1 shot you'll ever see.
Up next, we'll get to the post parade from this one when we come back. 30 maiden claiming sprint, 6 furlongs. Secret Thunder, Danny Gargan, Arad Ortiz Jr., 6-5 favorite. Dropping to the lowest level he's been at in career start, number 3. We'll be back.
You don't have to be a multi-millionaire to get into this game. You can have a few $1,000s and have fun with it. But with the bonds, you're actually going to win. I've had the opportunity to win multiple races. In fact, this year I won 2 times in one day, which is almost unheard of to be able to do. This is going to happen with them. You will get into the winner's circle in Saratoga. You will walk that horse in, and you will stand there, look at the crowd, and the bonds will take you there and get you into that winner's circle. And it won't cost you a lot of money.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing, for the love of the race. Visit americasbestracing.net today. Race 7 next year on this Friday card from South Ozone Park. There is the 6-5 favorite. Irad Ortiz Jr. will ride Secret Thunder for Danny Gargan. Let's head downstairs. Back with us, the MIG.
Thanks, Greg. And we'll get to the favorite in a moment. I'm going to talk about two first-time starters that really caught my eye, starting with the 3, Warrior Richard. A little bit of a shorter, compact, short couple kind of horse. Looks very sharp for trainer Rob Falcone, who's just having a terrific year, winning it better than 19%. I think he looks really, really good here in the paddock, and get a look at him on the racetrack warming up. The 5-horse Lars would absolutely be the paddock pick. First-time starter from David Jacobson, son of Fast Anna. He looks fast, and he looks very well turned out, really sharp looking. And your favorite looks good in the paddock, but I want to get a look at him out on the racetrack.
Mig, thanks. Here's 2 Chuckles to kick things off here. This horse dropping from a state-bred maiden special.
Yeah, I really like this horse today. I thought this horse showed a little bit after breaking slowly. It felt like a horse that would improve second time out. He's getting enormous class relief.
First-time starter of the 3, taking money for Rob Falcone, Warrior Richard. And here's the 4, another firster.
Warrior Richard costs $1,200, where it's worth. The 4, I'm not familiar with this rider at all for Pat Reynolds.
Lars at 5-1. David Jacobson, first-timer.
First full, both the dam and the second dam unraced. David Jacobson, not a trainer you think of winning with firsters.
Scoot Scoot at 11-1 with Dylan Davis.
I ran a maiden 16,000 out of town. This horse just doesn't appear to be able to run.
Enzo's World debuted against 75. Maiden claiming sprinting, didn't show a lot.
No, showed a little speed last time in the slop. And a horse that you mentioned in tomorrow's Remsen, the Danny Gargan runner.
Secret Thunder for Danny Gargan.
Yeah, well, he's going to be overbet with Irad Ortiz, but at least he did a little bit of running and is sort of the favorite by default, but I'm going to try to beat him with 2 Chuckles.
And obscured by clouds. Cloud Computing, third-time starter, has been 9th the first 2 outings.
I mean, is he really, can he possibly be as bad as he looks on paper? There's some horses in here. And I understand the appeal of people betting horses first-time starters, because for the most part, nobody's done any running in this race.
Beat 1 horse in 2 combined starts, but I mean, it showed a little life and a work since. Tough to make a case for. 4 minutes to post. 7th coming up. Late pick 3 begins here. You can play with Naira Bets. That's the offer, that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with that code for new members. Match 200 at nairabets.com, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime.
You know, you get the feeling with the money that the 3 and 5 are taking. Are they really getting bet, or are they getting bet because there's just no options in this race? I mean, Warrior Richard cost $1,200. Now, with Robbie Falcone, who's had limited success really until this weekend, none with first-time stars and maiden claiming races, but he won at 12-1 over the weekend, so you kind of missed the wedding with him. Doesn't mean his horse couldn't win. Peace and Justice, more of a turf horse, the sire, so you wonder a little bit. The dam wasn't that bad. She ran buyer figures in the 60s or 70s. As far as Lars, I mean, I don't have anything to go on, but this horse did sell for $47,000 in a 2-year-old sale. I did not see the workouts.
Let's go to Jonathan. Your thoughts, JK, on this 7th?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, this is a tough race, right? It's like the firsters aren't from people who typically win with first-time starters. It's hard in maiden claiming races anyway to really know the intent when you have a first-time starter. It's tough to kind of work through it. I ended up landing on the 6 Scoot Scoot, who ran horribly last time and didn't run particularly well the time before that. It is definitely a negative that ran for 16 down at Parks. But I will say that Scoot Scoot does have some experience, is likely more fit than a lot of these other horses having those 3 starts. And a couple of those races, especially the second one, October 22nd, Scoot Scoot did show some pace. And I've always felt like pace is an indicator of talent, some early speed. If you can move your feet quickly, if you can kind of put the rest of it together mentally and the mental portion of it and the fitness portion of it, sometimes you can kind of figure it all out. Now, I don't think this horse could beat a real group, a serious group, a maiden special weight dropper that that looked to have some talent. But with a group with a bunch of horses that have run that haven't done much running, and first-time starters I don't necessarily trust, I'll go with the 6 Scoot Scoot in here because this horse has shown a little bit of ability. But hopefully Richie can help us out with these first-time starters. Is there anything from a physical standpoint, Richie, that lets you feel like the 3 or the 5 have a chance in here?
Yes, Jonathan. I think the 3 and the 5 are extremely live in here. The 3 is, like I said, a short coupled, kind of shifty, quick-looking colt. Like the way he looked, like the way he went off. He was very professional. Talked with Rob Falcone. He says he's trained well. The 4-horse Basic Truth, ridden by Frederick Salvador. He's been an exercise rider mostly for Bobby Robato. This horse has been difficult in the morning, Basic Truth. Talked with Pat Reynolds, and this kid's got on him and really helped getting him straightened out, so he gave him an opportunity to ride the horse. He's only ridden about 18 races in his career in North America with 2 wins, but he's being rewarded for all the effort he put in with this horse in the morning. The 5-horse Lars will be my top selection. Yes, David Jacobson, not noted for winning with first-time starters. This horse could not be better turned out. And look at the work tab on this horse going back to September. This horse has worked consistently every 4 or 5 days. Tells you it's a very healthy horse with a lot of miles underneath him. And at 5-1, I think that's taking money for David Jacobson, first-time starter. He could not look any better. He is absolutely my top selection, and I'm going to be honest with you, I am betting a 3-5 exacta box and keying the 5 because I really like what I'm seeing from him as a first-time starter. The 8, Secret Thunder, listen, he makes a lot of sense. He's dropping to the lowest level. You get Irad Ortiz. 4-5 for me on a horse with kind of light buyer figures. I just prefer others, guys.
All right, McDank, there he is, 4-5, and it's just kind of a default 4-5. Rad shows up here. It's a horse who has at least run okay on dirt.
Yeah, no, he's supposed to be favored, and he's going to be overbet with Irad in this field. He's supposed to be favored. But he only ran 9 buyer points higher than 2 Chuckles, who broke slowly in there, kind of jumped up a little bit, and didn't get bet at all, running against real horses. And what I like about 2 Chuckles is he ran against real horses the first time out. They didn't have to run him.
Race.
Yeah, they didn't have to run him. They paid $20,000 for him. And now he's dropping into an appropriate, easy spot. I do not take first-time stars in these kind of races. And I don't think either the 3 or 5 are taking any money in here because of the quality of the field. If somebody felt these horses could run, they would be considerably shorter than their prices.
So, yeah, this horse coming out of that debut race where Don't Lose Cruise just battled Acoustic Ave out of there tooth and nail to the wire. Acoustic Ave, now a stakes winner, who had finished ahead of Andiamo Firenze.
And the second-place finisher ran an 85 buyer in his next start.
Second start came back and won impressively for John Kimmel, yeah.
No, I think this is a very, very interesting horse, and I like the 2 Chuckles. I'd rather take a horse with experience and one that ran against maiden specials. We'll see.
See how it plays out. Even money on the 8. A bit just what else is in here. Mm-hmm. They've not shown a lot.
And they love Irad.
And they love it, absolutely.
Cannot overbet Irad enough. And he'll be switching his tack down to Florida after he's going to California on Sunday, then heading to Florida. And they'll be betting the heck of him down there. He wins a lot of races, but he does get overbet. And you can take advantage of it in some situations.
He's going to win some hardware soon in about a month and a half.
Yeah, he's 1 to 1,000,000 to be the Eclipse Award winning jockey, and he should be. He had a fantastic year.
There he is on Secret Thunder. We're set for the 7th. Let's go to John Imbrial.
Waiting now for Basic Truth. Lars and Obscured by Clouds. They're all in. And they're off. From mid-pack, it is Scoot, along with Lars. And down at the rail is Basic Truth. Then we come back to Secret Thunder, who's running in 4th. Far outside, Obscured by Clouds, move up a spot from 5th. 2 Chuckles is at the rail and in 6th. Then Warrior Richard and Enzo's World is the trailer in 8th. A battle up front between Lars and Scoot. Lars at the rail, Scoot on the outside. They ran the quarter in 22-2. It's 2.5 lengths to a tough-to-handle Basic Truth there, who's racing in 3rd. Obscured by Clouds on the outside is next in 4th. 2 Chuckles is 5th. Warrior Richard now moving up and moves up a spot. And then farther back it is Secret Thunder, who is better than 10 lengths from the front as the field heads for home now. In the white blinkers, it is Lars who has the lead over Scoot, the half in 46-3. Lars getting away here to lead by 2. Scoot runs in 2nd. Farther back, Warrior Richard now takes 3rd. Basic Truth is down at the rail. And then Secret Thunder. But Lars has opened up, and the first-time starter, Lars, wins in a big way here. Lars, a 5-1 shot, takes it easily. Warrior Richard, another firster, got up for second.
Lars, the win. Impressive first time out for David Jacobson, and well done, Mig, giving out that exacta.
Yeah, nice call. Warrior Richard, who was far back early, picked up the pieces to get second here in a race where nobody else ran. Lars tipped his hand at the start with speed, and nobody else ran a step in here. Secret Thunder, whew, was he bad.
Flailing next to last, the big favorite. But Lars, first time out with Jose Ortiz aboard, runs away from this field. 1:12.4 final time for the 6 furlongs.
I don't think he's winning any stakes, but he's better than these horses. That's for sure, by a lot.
5-3-6-2.
And my horse did 0 running when he finished 4th. Maybe he didn't want to be on the inside. But still didn't matter.
Upset here in the 7th after we had a formful first couple of legs of this late pick 5. 5-1 shot here on a first timer for River Card Stable. Jose Ortiz and David Jacobson. We'll have the prices for you when we come back. We're going to take a timeout. Feature race is next. We had talked about Curlin's Wisdom. Linda Rice Runner, who's been in very sharp form at a mile and an 1/8. It's a distance we'll be going in the next. Lars gets it done in the 7th, first time out.
Spun to run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets. Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Catholic Boy, one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4, and the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer. Catholic Boy rolls in the run. Happy Travers.
Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
Just the word aftercare has become part of the vernacular in a way that it was not.
We started with some 21 organizations, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage, brought to you by Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com, get signed up, started, play along with us during the program. 7th in New York. Lars, first time out, pointed out by Mig, said this horse looked sharp as could be and runs to his looks. David Jacobson, first time out. Jose Ortiz, River Card Stable.
Yeah, this was much the best in this race, really. And a good call by Richie. He liked the other 3 who did pick up pieces for second, really, but nobody else was running in this race, and this horse just ran off. I mean, frankly, for this quality of race, the final time, not that bad, because this is not a very strong field. Lars just much the best today.
5-3-6-2. That's a Mig Exacta coming your way. 34.50 for a buck. Well done. I know who had that one. 5-3-6, 50-cent try, $123 with that 11-1 shot there in 3rd. And our first real sort of upset here in this late pick 5 with a 5-1 shot.
Yeah, and should blow it up. Of course, hard to know what kind of price first-time starters are in these races. Somewhat logical results to start it. See how it plays out from here.
Very interesting feature race coming up here. Entry-level allowance. It is 2 turns, mile and an eighth. And gasoline right now, 3-year-old for Todd Pletcher, who, third start of his career, he ran a huge figure against Artorias in a runner-up effort. New Gelding.
Yeah, I think he's the horse to beat is the speed in this race. He's supposed to be in front. Now, his last race, not that bad, down towards the inside, a day that you really wanted to be an outside closer in a race that fell apart. I thought he ran fine. But Curlin's Wisdom is in terrific form, and I can't knock him. And I'm surprised looking at multi-race bets that Gasoline's a much shorter price. I thought they'd be a similar price, and maybe Curlin's Wisdom out of the stake. And Barisi, who finished third, ran so well over the weekend. Thought he'd be favored, but they're going for the speed with Gasoline. He's got some questions to answer, but I thought he was the one to beat. But I'm kind of in a coin flip between the two.
All right, we'll have more in this field coming up shortly. We're going to head back to Tampa as we continue along out in Oldsmar, Florida. And race 7, we had alluded to this race earlier. It's a fun one here. Mile and 16th on the turf, maidens. And here's payback period, Chad Brown and Klarovich.
Yeah, I mean, this horse did absolutely no running first time out. Has been gelded since then and comes back a long, long time later. But Chad Brown is terrific off of long layoffs with turf routers, maidens, and in general.
Good team here whenever you see them together. Town Proctor, Glen Hill Farm in Bucktown at 6-1.
Yeah, it is all a turf pedigree, so I won't be surprised when this one moves forward going synthetic to turf.
Bassanio is a first-time starter for Arnaud Delacour.
Yeah, this one's really gotten betting here, and probably a very dangerous first-time starter. Kind of minor European turf pedigree.
41-1, Greenpoint, 38-1, Daniel Centeno.
Yeah, there's no turf pedigree to speak of in a tough spot.
Addicted to You. It's taking money at 7-1.
Well, because the horses run figures, and a lot of these are first-timers, haven't been on the turf, but, man, it's hard to imagine there won't be quite a few better than this New York bred.
Second biggest price on the board. Next door here, JJ's Justice, the second-time starter, gets on the turf for the first time.
Dan was 0 for 10 on the turf, a $5,000 claimer, and she's produced 5 to try the turf. None of them won, and none of them could run on it.
5-1 on the 7 who's trying the grass for the first time, start number 2. And the second dam was a multiple graded stakes winner, Bedankin.
Yeah, she won over $400,000, and the dam of this horse was 2 for 4 on the turf. Not that good, but she did win. She actually had faster races, though, on the dirt. She produced a turf winner. I think this horse is very dangerous for Grand Motion.
15-1 next door on this one. Dam did produce a 3-time winner on the grass.
Half to El Kabong, but taking a lot less money than the other one. It appears to be the slower of the 2 horses for Delacour.
An interesting runner outside. We talked about this pedigree earlier.
I like this horse. This horse is a big turf pedigree. Tried sprinting first time out. It's much more of a distance pedigree. Has that one race off the long layoff. Don't love they dropped in for a tag, but still, I thought this horse was interesting getting back on the grass.
2 minutes to post in this turf race coming up at Tampa. This weekend on the undercard as well. Fascinating race in this filly and mare division. Grade 3 go for Wand, and there's a lot of there's just a lot going on in this race. Battle Bling, 3 wins in a row, 3 different racetracks, and really the reversal of form for this filly has come with getting her more forward. Can she be quick enough, though, against this group? It's been slow paces where she's been a lead.
No, she can't be in front in this race. She's run well from behind before. It does seem interesting, though, that she's changed her running style. And the last time she went a one-turn mile was here at Aqueduct, where she finished second to Bank Sting in the Heavenly Prize over the past year. I would argue, though, that she's improved since then, and I think there's some question about Bank Sting. A lot of layoffs for her. Obviously, she can run her races, but I prefer this one over more than Bank Sting.
With Bank Sting, for me, it's kind of a pattern with her. She's not as sharp off a short rest. She's come back usually 3 times in a row now. Much sharper second off the bench.
And it is weird because it looked like Bank Sting was backing up on the turn last time as they were coming in the stretch, and she still managed to get second. It may have been a function of the way the race was being run. I'm not discounting her. I wouldn't discount the other New York bred in this race for Linda Rice. I think she's dangerous as well. But I also think that Dr. B ran huge last time. I know she's got to get a mile. But I thought of all the horses, her last race was the best of anybody. I was very impressed. She kept just going after that Boston Post Road. Yeah. She's a nice horse, Boston Post Road, a Chad Brown, Peter Brandt horse, and she just kept coming and coming after her. Maybe she's just improving.
Meanwhile, Bank Sting, Betsy Blue. This was the Iroquois, and this is a race Bank Sting. It was coming off a short rest, wound up second to his fractious in the gate beforehand.
Well, look at her. She's kind of backing up a little bit at this point towards the outside with that red hat, and she'll come back on and get second. I think that's a good sign for her. Betsy Blue might not have been comfortable trying to come through on the inside. There was nothing wrong with the inside that day. It was a good place to be, actually. It also was a race, though, where the pace completely held together, and I think it worked against Betsy Blue's best running style. The only time she's tried a mile was an off-the-turf race much earlier in her career, which she won, but she was 35 cents the dollar that day and got her buyer, I think, in the high 60s. So I'm a little questionable whether or not she's going to get better with more distance. She has been in very, very good form. The question you have to ask yourself is that good form she got into up in Saratoga, has it possibly started to tail off a little bit?
That is race 8 on the Cigar Mile card, Grade 3, Go for One. Good group that's going to line up in this spot. And, wow, Bank Sting, 4-1 morning line.
Well, I mean, I think it's a highly, highly competitive race. I picked Dr. B, but I could see any of Bank Sting, Betsy Blue, Dr. B, or the Mike Dubb runner. I could see any of those horses winning in here. I put WW Fitzy at a small shot at a big price.
The 7th here at Tampa, 8-5 favorite. Chad Brown, second off a lengthy layoff. Jonathan.
Yeah, it comes in off a long break. And look, they're going to always kind of bet these Chad runners, especially when they got those red and white silks with the Klarovich silks, and they come up here to run at Tampa. And they'll win their fair share of races. But I think you have to kind of pick and choose. This one just feels a little bit like one that might not be the top of that Klarovich group, right? It was 7-1 on debut, didn't run particularly well, then had the long break, was entered in the Meadowlands. They ended up canceling that card, so it didn't run in October. Now shows up at Tampa, just maybe a cut below. I won't be shocked if this horse wins. But I thought the 2 and the 3 were the other ones that you wanted to take a look at. The 2, Bucktown for Glen Hill Farm, historic Glen Hill Farm, a horse that ran extremely well first out on the synthetic, worked on the turf 3 races, 3 works back. I would think another one that probably should run well in here. And then the 3, Bosnillo for Arnold Delacour, another one you'd want to keep your eye on. I'm going to pick the 2 in here. Bucktown is my official choice of this race. I think the winner comes from the inside 3.
All right, JK, thanks. We'll see how this one plays out in here. I was really intrigued by that pedigree with the 7. 5-1 right now on Ben K for Grand Motion.
Yeah, I would play against the 1 here. The horse that won that race was a Juddmonte Chad Brown horse named Verbal that came back and won a stake out at Del Mar in his next start. He didn't get the best of trips when he came back at Keeneland, but it didn't run after that. I don't know. I'm not bullish on this one, but maybe he can run. I thought 2-3-7-9 was interesting. I thought Luna Warrior was an interesting player in here. There's pedigrees. This is a fun race. It just feels like a lot of horses have a chance here. And just a default to the 1 would probably be a mistake.
Well, as JK said, I mean, this barn, especially with those silks, they get bet, and often they get over bet. This horse did not show, and the horse didn't get bet first time out either, really, 7-1.
No, but they said they liked Verbal that day. He was the other Chad Brown horse. But I agree, as Jonathan said, entered the Meadowlands, entered here. If they liked this horse, they'd have found a maiden race in New York for him. So I'm hoping the company's a little bit easier in here, but I don't think he's found an easy spot. Because potentially among the 2, 3, 7, and 9, I think there could be 1 or more horses that are okay in there. This is, at least on paper, this race has the potential to be somewhat of a difficult spot.
Yeah, that 3 first-time starter who the 8 first starter as well is taking no money. But Bassanio for Arnold Delacour, 7-2. Hector Diaz rides. Lasix for the first out effort coming up. And Bucktown, Proctor, Glen Hill Farm.
Pedigree to move forward on the turf, as a lot of those Glen Hill Farm horses have turf pedigree. It's nothing extreme, but enough that it could move forward. And I think Ben K is dangerous for Grand Motion coming back in here. Got that prep on the dirt last time. And a lot of trainers like to go down to Tampa. I know the purses aren't great, but the course, they love that turf course there. Best turf course in Florida. One of the better turf courses probably in the country.
So loading up in the favorite from the rail. Inside payback period debut was October of last year. Long time away. Second time starter for Chad Brown. Let's go to Jason Beam for the call.
Mintonen goes in. Green point. Daniel Centeno to gate 4. And Luna Warrior, Carlos Rojas to the outside draw. It's like green point backed away there in stall 4. Now goes in. Luna Warrior up to complete the line. Goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Little Warrior broke outward at the start. Addicted to You got pinched back. Good start for payback period toward the inside. Bassanio. Mintonen showing good speed. And Mintonen with good debut run up after the lead. Greenpoint going to join that one on the front end as they bend into the stretch for the first time round. It's going to be Greenpoint, Mintonen. Here's Luna Warrior up on the outside. Those three now across the track. Just a length and a half in front of Benke, who's a little bit hard to handle there in the 4th position. Bassanio settles down 5th, about 3.5 off the top trio. Then we come back to Bucktown, payback period, who broke pretty sharply, settles back toward the back of the pack with JJ's Justice. And Addicted to You is the trailer, but the 9 of them only covered by 4.5 lengths as they swing toward the back stretch. 23-1, the opening quarter mile. Greenpoint, Mintonen between horses, and Luna Warrior out 3 deep. Those 3 across the track. With 5 furlongs remaining in their journey, they're 2 lengths clear of another lineup of 3. Benke between horses toward the inside. Bassanio, JJ's Justice, Addicted to You makes it 4 in a line in that second flight. Payback period got shuffled back there a little bit. Now starts to move up between runners, and Bucktown is the trailer. 47-3, the time for the opening half mile. A crowded group here as they go toward that far turn. Mintonen between horses on the inside. Greenpoint, Luna Warrior out 3 deep. A lot of them just in behind as well. Payback period puts a nose into that 4th position. Mintonen up on the far outside trying to get going with Benke. It's another length, and Greenpoint just dropped right out of it. Passed by Bucktown. Bassanio trying to get going as well. They wind around to the top of the stretch. Luna Warrior goes to the front. Mintonen tries to keep up with that one. Benke just in behind. Payback period going to try to slip through down along the rail, and boy, did a seam present there. Payback period comes right on through. Luna Warrior now back to second. Benke down the outside. Bucktown making up some ground. Bassanio is also putting in a run. But at the 16th pole, it's payback period in front. Payback period going clear by 3 with 50 yards to go. Bassanio up to second. Payback period. Rail skimmed to the win. Bassanio was second. Third looked like maybe Benke. Bucktown was right there with Luna Warrior as well. A photo for the Miners.
Payback period with the win. Sammy Camacho, Chad Brown-Klarovich.
Could not have gotten a better trip. Looked like he was spinning his wheels a bit in the turn. Then when the rail opened up, he just scooted through. Much the best here. I don't know if he's worth what they may have paid over at Tattersall's for this son of Dubois. But at least he came back and ran well here. Got a very nice ride. Not a good trip for the 9 here, Luna Warrior, who is at least second best here.
1-3-7 in that 7th, the Tampa feature race coming up next at Aqueduct. And here is Gasoline, Todd Pletcher, 3-year-old. Broke his maiden impressively Saratoga this summer at this distance. He's a new gelding off the layoff. We'll be back.
Is worth 1,000 words. This is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honor EP is full out now, second on the outside. And they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS2. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Our Friday feature, 2 turns, mile and an eighth in this first allowance condition race, and 6-5 favoritism on Todd Pletcher's Gasoline, the 2-horse. We're going to see the post parade happen moments ago. Bold Victory kicks things off.
Yeah, I mean, he's moving up quite a bit off the claim for Jeff Engelhard, whose numbers off the claim with dirt routes are not very good.
Been in the money all 6 starts at this mile and 8 distance, 11-1. Gasoline, the favorite, Todd Pletcher, and Irad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, he's massively overbet at 6-5. He's not supposed to be this strong a favorite over the 7, but it's the Irad Ortiz factor. I did pick him, and I think he may prove the horse to beat in the front end, but at 6-5, I think he's a real underlay.
Shipsational, this horse hit the board in a couple of Derby preps earlier this year.
Yeah, I don't believe he wants any part of a mile and an eighth. I think it's really questionable whether he's the same horse he was before the issue he had.
I Am the Law. He comes in off a win. That was in the slop, the race taken off the turf.
And he beat Patient Capital, came back and improved his buyer figure substantially off that win.
This horse just ran very good at a mile and an eighth, and he hit the gate and stumbled pretty bad.
He did, but this is a much tougher field.
Perceived has some big efforts at this distance.
His recent form makes it question whether he can run at all anymore, but I don't know how he's 20-1 in this race. It doesn't make any sense at all to me.
5-2. This horse with strong form, and he just narrowly got beat by the horse who came back to win the Empire Classic.
Yeah, I have to wonder if there's that big a difference in CAW wagering between these two. He's improved dramatically for Linda Rice.
And that flash you saw through our screen, that was Vasariano for a barn. We keep saying it over and over. His horses are running here. Comes in off back-to-back wins at a mile at Mahoning Valley.
Big form at Mahoning Valley in his last couple. He's run some fast races. We'll see if he can improve and carry it here in New York. But say that barn, their horses all seem to be live.
3 minutes to post coming up in our feature race here on this Friday card. You can play with Naira Bets. That's the offer, that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. Punch in this code to take advantage. Match 200 at NairaBets.com.
4-5?
Wow.
It's insane. It's insane. It's insane.
Don't get it.
And I picked him.
It's
insane.
Look, we keep saying it. Irad Ortiz Jr., he's with Pletcher. Obviously, Pletcher gets these horses to go these longer distances. Shouldn't be this price.
No, I mean, listen, he ran well in here. And I think he ran very well in his last start when you consider the way the track was playing and the way that race played out. And Wild Bomber came back with a big win in there. So I don't have any issue with him. That's why I picked him. But I really thought he'd vie for favoritism in the 2-1 range with the number 7 in here, Curlin's Wisdom. And if it wasn't for Irad, I'd have been sure the other one would have been favored. I mean, it's getting ridiculous with Irad. They made that horse even money in the last race with Danny Gargan horse couldn't break out of a gallop in the air. Now, Gasoline's a proven better horse, but how good he really is remains to be seen. But he is supposed to be the controlling speed in this race, which should work out in his favor. And I think that gives him a bit of an advantage over Curlin's Wisdom. But at their relative price right now of even money at 5-2, Curlin's Wisdom, in my opinion, is just a much better bet.
Well, let's go to Mig.
Yeah, guys, I do think that squarely the race goes through the 2 favorites. Gasoline, I agree with Andy, probably, overbet, coming back as a first-time gelding. I don't see any dramatic changes in him. Sometimes you'll see a real big turnaround one way or the other, the way they lighten up, the way they act. I see pretty much the same horse, but his good races are certainly good enough, and he is speed closest to the inside. Obviously, he's going to be very tough. I thought Curlin's Wisdom, he's the horse I'm going to land on. I think he's just really figured the game out. I think he was a little unlucky to lose the Empire Classic last time. Just wasn't running through the kickback, and when he sifted in the clear, he really got to finishing the last eighth of a mile, nearly caught Dr. Blute, who had everything his own way, and Dr. Blute's been in fine form. A horse I think you've got to use in your exotics, and certainly a major player at a huge price from a physical perspective is the 6 Perceived. Got races to go back to that makes him a player, and the way he warmed up, this is a gorgeous son of Claiborne Farm Stallion Blame. I love what I saw from him there, and I'm really interested to hear what Jonathan's got to say. And Jonathan, I hope you're a little warmer than I am out here.
I am, Richie. I promise you that. I like the 3 Shipsational a little bit, which is the hardest named horse in racing to say. Shipsational. look, he had those big races in the Sam F. Davis, and he ran extremely well in the Tampa Bay Derby. His last 2 races have been just kind of left a little bit to be desired. I'm just hoping that now at this price, right, he was odds on first time back as a 3-year-old. Then he was, 6-7-2 last time. I'm hoping that we can get, now's the time when he's a real price. I'm going to give Shipshational one more chance. I just think the 2 Gasoline, although a likely winner, is extremely overbet in here.
I think we all agree that's the case here with Gasoline. That is surprising to see him that short. Well, maybe not with connections here, but
you can't bet. They just can't stop unloading on IRAD. It just doesn't make sense that he's this short a price. I think Richie's right with Perceived. He's the long shot here. I used him.
I can't believe it. 25 to 1.
Ridiculous
that is
price. It
makes him a must use at least.
Same price as the 5. What variation is Uncle Waterflow winning this race?
Here's the feature. Let's go to John Imbrial for the call.
And they're off. Shipsational away well, going out for the lead. Quickly joined there by I Am the Law. And from the outside it is Curlin's Wisdom. Gasoline is down at the rail. The 4 of them are right together here in the early going. And just behind is Perceived, who is down at the rail. Visariano's on the outside. Then a break of 2 back to Bold Victory. And 3 more to Uncle Waterflow, who trails the field in 8th as they round the turn and head for the backstretch. And up front, it is I Am the Law with a narrow lead. Gasoline right there at the rail. Curlin's Wisdom on the outside is 3rd, the quarter 24 seconds. Shipsational is racing in 4th. Visariano in the clear on the outside in 5th. Then Perceived in 6th. And it is a big break back to a Bold Victory. And farther back is Uncle Waterflow. The half mile in 48 and 2. On the inside, it is Gasoline. On the outside, I Am the Law. Now the 2 of them are stride for the lead. Curlin's Wisdom is next in 3rd. Visariano is on the move on the outside in 4th. Then Shipsational and Perceived. Midway around the far turn. On the outside, it is I Am the Law with a neck in front of Gasoline, who's down at the rail. Curlin's Wisdom is next in 3rd, followed by Visariano, and Shipsational. Perceived has dropped out of it. They're coming for the quarter pole. Here is I Am the Law with the lead. It's I Am the Law in front. Curlin's Wisdom driving up on the outside. Gasoline is back running in 3rd. Then Shipsational, followed by Visariano. Bold Victory as they come down for the 16th pole. I Am the Law trying to hold off Curlin's Wisdom. I Am the Law, length and a half. Curlin's Wisdom in 2nd. I Am the Law, the winner by a little more than a length. Curlin's Wisdom was 2nd. And farther back, Bold Victory checked in 3rd.
I Am the Law. Wow. John Terranova, Joel Rosario at 10 to 1.
I'm not sure where this race came from. It's certainly not in his PPs, but Joel was intent on being aggressive. He put away IRAD the whole way. He had IRAD on Gasoline in his hip pocket, was going better. The number 7, Curlin's Wisdom, couldn't have gotten a better trip and simply couldn't run him down. I mean, I guess you could say Patient Capital improved last time out, and maybe that showed the last race better than it looks, but geez, I mean, this is a monstrous improvement from this horse. Wow.
Back-to-back wins, won at a mile in a race that was meant for the grass last start and came off and beat
Jake Rocks.
This was a tough first allowance condition race. He beats a good group here.
And he did all the running of the race. He didn't get lucky to win. Very hard horse to make, getting that trip and winning this race. I picked him 4th, but I couldn't. I mean, I couldn't use him. I think he'd go win this race.
10 to 1. There's our big upset of this late pick 5. After we had a 5 to 1 shot in the last race, 10 to 1 here on tough one to find for John Terranova, Joel Rosario, 4-7-1-8. Curlin's Wisdom. It's sitting in a good spot. 2 horses battling early. He was right behind, perfect position, but just never looked like he was going to be a winner even into the stretch.
No, he's supposed to be able to just run by these horses. The 4 did all the dirty work, but. Wow, I mean, I guess I'm not shocked that he won. Like I said, I picked him 4th, but I would say it was a distant 4th. I didn't think he was a particularly likely winner, and to win the way he did, remarkable. Just hard to find on paper. Not hard to find, impossible to find on paper.
Prices for you when we come back. It's I Am the Law. Terra Nova, Rosario, Curtis Stables. Biggest price we've seen in this Pick 5 sequence. We have the nightcap coming up right after this. Stay with us.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away. And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Jerkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion making tradition, a tradition that leads to success for our partners and our stallions. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including champion 2-year-old colt Corniche, champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, and multiple Grade 1 winner City of Light. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
You're watching America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. It's brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Feature in the books here in New York. Nightcap to come. Surprise here. I Am the Law with the win. John Terranova, Joel Rosario.
Joel was aggressive every step of the way, and this horse, this horse didn't get lucky to win. This horse was much the best. Very impressive improvement for this horse.
Back-to-back wins now. Let's head downstairs to Mig.
Thanks, Greg. And we're talking about riding in the cold here, me and Joel. Joel, you were aggressive with I Am the Law, and he made the lead, but he looked like he was going very comfortably.
Yeah, he did. He broke sharp out of there, and then I kind of just helped him a little bit to get into the first swing. And sometimes he likes to take his time. And but when he's up there, he kept moving forward for you. So I feel pretty good, pretty confident. And when I got into the first swing, he looked like he going nice and easy. And I know he was going to continue and improve that from there.
Yeah, it looked like his ears came up in the stretch. He got to jump in leads a little bit, like kind of run just a little bit erratic.
Yeah, he did. It looked like it was nobody in that point. He liked to run against somebody next to him, and yeah, he looked like he did that, but he kept moving forward. So yeah, he did really well.
Joel, you got a really live mount in the Cigar Mile in Zandon. Turning back to the mile distance, you broke his maiden going 6 furlongs. How do you feel about the turn back to the mile for him? Yeah,
we'll see how he is. See how he handled that long stretch. It's a big horse and beautiful try, and yeah, hopefully he liked that. Yeah, the 1 turn mile.
Do you think he's a little bit better off the pace if he gets a little pace in there?
Yeah, I think he do everything. He can run up closer, and I think it doesn't matter whatever he feel comfortable, whatever he put himself to be.
I'm sure you're going to be comfortable wherever he is.
Yeah, whatever he is, I will be. Yeah, for sure.
Joel, go get warmed up. You get your hands warm, guys. When he's in front, too tough to get by.
Usually the case. He's always got more underneath him, it seems. And this horse really took a big move forward.
Yeah, this is just not a race that's anywhere in his past performances. And the interesting thing is he's never lifted a hoof on a dry track. The last 2 races, which still are nowhere near as good as the race he ran today, are both on wet tracks. Now, I don't really think it matters that much, but it is sort of interesting. They never run on just a different horse today.
Got the nightcap still to come here. 10-1, 5-1, last 2 legs of this Pick 5. if you are alive, we are rooting you home. It's going to be lucrative here.
I think 2,500 seems to be a random price. The only major contender or realistic contender not covering the pick 6 at the 5. But tough to put together this sequence. Good luck if you're alive, as Greg said.
This, you made the argument this is the toughest betting race on the card. Did you think? This nightcap?
Oh, yeah, no, I think this is the most interesting one. I like Durkin's call, though. I thought I'd get a better price on. It's one of the shorter prices here at 7-2, but I think it's very, very contentious. Any of the 3, 5, 6, even the 8, the 10, 11 can win here.
Gemography, this one's been around for a while. 6-year-old, he's going to drop down from 32, cut back in distance as well. 6.5 furlongs, New York bred, $25,000 claiming race to close out this card here in New York. We'll bring up those will pays too for the late pick 5 in just a little bit.
Yeah, no, this is a very interesting race, and it should race that, at least on paper, should feature a pretty honest pace.
All right, we're going to get back to Tampa. Race 8, 7/8 of a mile. It's an $8,000 claiming race. Main track. As they come out onto the track, Sneaky Cheeky, 5-2. Top choice on the board right now. Adamar Santos.
Why is that, I guess, favor of the drop down?
Here's the one. Big price inside with Cizilla.
Yeah, has been running in some very low-level races. Looks like a long shot.
Well, last time Auburn was on dirt, the good news, he won. It was a 37 buyer, though.
Yeah, the bad news is this horse is not competitive, but a big price if you like him. So that's Auburn.
There's Auburn. For Brian Lusk. Had been going along on the turf last couple of starts. Richard Mitchell will ride. 5-1 next door, Magic Girl, who's 4 for 40 lifetime.
Just coming out of much cheaper races.
This one taking money at 7-2. Snackster, who was 8-5 morning line.
Yeah, I thought probably the horse to beat based on the last effort, and a horse that you would think would be forward in here. I thought he should be favored. She should be favored.
Ms. Nair's a 15-time winner.
She could be forward in here, but she was 6-5 and failed miserably at Prairie Meadows in a bottom-level claiming race last time out.
8-year-old mare, the 5. The 7 at 5-2, your favorite.
I have no idea why this horse is favored. I guess, well, I know why. This horse is dropping. Having said that, he's really not very good. I think this horse is a massive underlay.
And then Pure Elegance coming in from Fort Erie.
Yeah, ran against the lower levels, 2 back, but does a win last time out. 10-pound bug rider who's had limited success, but won 4 races out of 33 starts.
5 minutes to post. 8th at Tampa. We'll return for that one in a moment. 7/8 of a mile again in that dirt race ahead. Cigar Mile coming up on Saturday. Terrific action we have for you tomorrow. We hope you join us on the program on our FS2 coverage. Obviously the big one, final grade 1 of the year here in New York. And with these 2 3-year-olds going up against Mind Control, makes it interesting. Even Get Her Number adding some intrigue here coming in from the West Coast as you look at the lineup. Points on the line for the Oaks and Derby and the Demoiselle and the Remsen. Terrific field and now wide open go for Juan. But the big one, the ABR race of the week, grade 1, Cigar Mile. And Mind Control, this is going to be his last hurrah.
Yeah, and he's got speed, and there isn't a lot in here, and a good outside post, and he and White Nabario should be the sort of controlling from this race, and he can definitely get it done. I think Zandon is much the worst to beat and is probably overall a better racehorse, but the dynamics could very much favor Mind Control here.
He got a big figure in this one, and he outdueled a fighter in Hot Rod Charlie.
Yeah, no, it was sort of amazing he beat Hot Rod Charlie, and maybe Hot Rod Charlie didn't really move forward as a 4-year-old. He's still a pretty good horse, though, and Mind Control has been in some pitched battles with some very good horses over the year. Grade 1 winner at 2 and 3. Now a 6-year-old looking to close his career out with his Grade 1 win. Kind of a neat story.
Graded stakes winner every single year of his career.
Yeah, no, he won the Grade 2 Jan Nehrude here last year. He's just a super good competitor.
And this, again, going to be the final start of what's been a terrific career for him. Zandon of the 3-year-old. Obviously, Guardabaro interesting as well, but Zandon the horse to beat. He's even money on the morning line, cutting back to the shortest distance since he debuted sprinting in one.
Yeah, I believe this cutback really works to his advantage. I wish there was more pace, because frequently in these one-turn miles, you get an honest pace, and it helps his closing.
out of this race, it looked like he was going to win the Derby, didn't it?
Yeah, but
This
the
was
fact that
sensational.
he couldn't get by Epicenter was not really a knock, because Epicenter probably, when everything's said and done, when healthy, was the best 3-year-old out there. He had a very good horse, just a little bit below the best 3-year-olds in the dirt this year. But that's no knock on him. He's a very, very good horse.
Is this race important in a way too? Obviously, would love to get the second grade 1 and beat older horses, but to determine, and maybe it won't even determine, but what kind of races we're going to see him in next year?
No, I think that's fair. I mean, obviously, it can be effect going longer, and when you consider how many retirements we've had, I mean, he and Taba may be at the top of the list of the dirt horses going
Life
longer.
is Good, Olympiad.
Unfortunately, Epicenter getting injured, and right, Cyberknife. I think they may run him in the Pegasus, but that could be it for him. It makes you wonder what it's going to look like, and what the older horse division's going to look like. And Xanon has to be considered a big player, but this is an important race for his stallion career as well. It's these one-turn miles, the Met Mile, the Cigar Mile. They're much more effective as stallion-making races than the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, which unfortunately is mostly run around 2 turns. The one-turn races bring the closer, the speed, the sprinters, and the routers together very, very effectively.
And potentially Met Mile in his future if he runs a big one here.
Yeah, I mean, Jeff Drown, his owner, was talking about it quite a bit, and obviously taking a look at the Pegasus, a $3 million purse, and not a race that's going to come up super strong this year. It'd be interesting to see, will Taba, assuming he runs well in the Malibu, will he come back a month later and ship across the country? He'd obviously be dangerous. Cyberknife, but Cyberknife sent at the farm. He's going to come back and train it to it. Maybe he will. Xanon has to be considered at this point one of the favorites for that race if he chooses to run.
First things first, see what happens on Saturday in this Grade 1 Cigar Mile. We're going to have live coverage for you tomorrow on our FS2 program. Again, we hope you join us. Not just that race, Derby, Oaks preps, before we turn the page to 2023 as we get back to Tampa Bay here for this 8th race coming up. And Snackster now back to favoritism, the morning line favorite, the 4.
Yeah, I guess on the draw of the 4. I'm sorry, this is the worst I think should be favored. I think Saxter's run the fastest figures overall. He's supposed to be forward. You'd like to see Camacho put him on the front end. He was 8-5 morning line. I think he's supposed to be the favorite, and I think he's supposed to win this race.
Supposed to be absolutely alone on the lead too, isn't she?
I suppose. I suppose Mise en Air could put some pressure on him, but I think the Snackster's faster. I don't think he is. I know he is. He's not that fast a horse, but he's faster than these probably.
Looks like a pace advantage, certainly. 5-2 favoritism to the 4. Sneaky, cheeky, the 7 had been favored quite a bit. Let's get Jonathan's thoughts here on this 8th.
Yeah, I think the conversation has to start with, like you mentioned, the 4 Snackster, who appears to get loose in here. And I've actually, I don't know how many people believe this, but I feel like 7 furlong dirt races are the most favorable trip for forward type horses. It's an elongated sprint. I think a lot of horses that are stretching out, the riders are less aggressive. They try to kind of reserve their horses a little bit, and I think it's an opportunity for a horse on the front end to just get loose. This horse has pace figures that suggest it could be loose in here, but like Andy kind of hinted at, his pace figures aren't daunting where he's going to just kind of open up. I feel like it's going to turn into a sprint for home as they turn for home, and I'm going to go with the 8 Pure Elegance on the outside. I thought this horse ran well last time. The speed figures has been running at a different track, but that's what speed figures do. They tell you, they kind of normalize performances from track to track, distance to distance, to let you know how horses performed at different places, and I think Pure Elegance from a speed figure standpoint makes a little bit of sense, and drawn towards the outside. Tampa Bay historically, and now that we're kind of going to have Tampa on the show a little bit more, it's important to remind folks that the inside, the rail on the dirt track, is typically not where you want to be. Kind of in the middle of the track is more ideal. So I'm going to go with the 8 Pure Elegance in here. I wouldn't be shocked if the 4 wires, but at a short price, I don't trust that horse.
All right, JK, thanks. Play along, get signed up. That's the promo code to use for new members, Match 200 at NowRaBets.com. Well, with the weight she should control in here,
I think
5-2 seems generous.
I think it's generous as well. I mean, I like the 5 a little in the cutback. I like the 8. a little bit, but 10-pound bug rider I'm not familiar with, but I thought he was the horse to beat. You have to worry, though, a little bit. 5-2 is he's the kind of horse that's 5-2 now, that after they leave the gate, he's going to go off at a much, much shorter price. You know? Let me take a look and see what the multi-race bets look like. You know what I mean? I can't get mine.
And meanwhile, we have our nightcap in New York coming up there, and there's one of the contenders, I believe the one that Andy likes on the outside in here in this race to close it out. If I'm not mistaken.
This horse is going to drift.
Oh, no, Gemography. Sorry, I had a wrong horse.
Yeah, I prefer the 11. I picked the race 11, 3, 10. They're the 3 favorites in here. I'm not going to bet Durkin's Call 7-2. I was hoping to get 5 or 6 to 1. It's a very contentious race.
And by the way, pick 5's shortest payout is, wow, it's actually to Gandy Dancing.
He can win.
Yeah.
Switching to Rob Atras. When he had that big win at Saratoga, he was coming off a big workout report.
Just over 2,000, by the way, to Gandy Dancing.
Next Chad Brown runner.
But used Microscope, the 8 you thought could win, that 11-5 to him. Durkin's Call, 3,200.
I don't like Microscope, but he does have plenty of back races good enough to win.
Not without
I
a
wouldn't
chance.
Be shocked if he won, especially if they're moving up front.
8th here at Tampa. I guess the 7/8 is the wrench, right, with Snackster?
Oh, I hadn't really thought about that. I always feel like 7/8 is easier to wire, but it's a fair point. He runs 5.5 and 6s. Listen, I'll get him in the winner's circle. I don't understand the money for the number 7 in this race, Sneaky Cheeky.
Short cut back from a mile to 7/8. Jason Beam, the call. Here's race 8 from Tampa Bay.
Looks like they're still working with Snackster. Snackster just about in. Now goes forward. Pure Elegance to the outside will complete the line. Goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Snackster in the center got away beautifully, goes out to the early advantage. Mizenaire going to come up to join that one on the front end, as is Sneaky Cheeky. And down toward the inside, Auburn Magic Girl. Those ones coming up as well. So a scramble here for the early lead. Mizenaire, Snackster, and Auburn toward the inside. Those 3 across the track. Sneaky Cheeky away in the 4th spot. Just inside of that one comes Scylla in 5th. Magic Girl was close up but has dropped back, passed by Dixieland Dancer. Pure Elegance is 8th and last, but they're only covered by about 6.5 or 7 with 4.5 furlongs remaining. 23 seconds for that opening quarter mile. That 3-prong battle continues. From the outside at Mizenaire, between horses Snackster, Auburn down toward the inside. Those 3 still straight across the track. That trio a length and a half in front of Sneaky Cheeky, who's up on the outside, going to go 4 wide to come after these leaders. Scylla rides the rail from 5th. It's just a length and a half more to Dixieland Dancer. Pure Elegance starting to move up a touch, was last, is now 7th, but only 3 off the lead. At the back is Magic Girl. Up on the front end, it's still Auburn just in front. Snackster, here's Sneaky Cheeky starting to launch on the far outside. Mizenaire is right in that front flight as 4 of them right across the track to the top of the stretch. Pure Elegance going to need some room in behind. Scylla has an opening down at the fence if good enough. And Magic Girl starting to run on from the back. Still many chances. They come to the furlong pole. Here's Scylla trying to come through inside of Snackster. Sneaky Cheeky on the outside. Magic Girl continues to progress. Wide open at the 16th pole. It's Magic Girl down the outside with Sneaky Cheeky. Those are the 2 that go on. Magic Girl right down the crown of the track to win it. Sneaky Cheeky was second. Third was really close between Pure Elegance and Snackster.
Magic Girl, wow, best late in this race. Just the 5th win of her career in 41 starts.
Yeah, I tried to nurse the 4 along the front end instead of using the speed as a weapon. Obviously did not work out. Maybe she wouldn't have got the 7 anyway. It looked like the horse I did not like, the 7, was going to make the bettors look smart in here, but Magic Girl off the claim. I guess she ran back to the form she had going back a ways.
3-7. The 8 might have snuck in there for 3rd, by the way. We'll make that official in a moment as we're back to New York for the nightcap coming up here. And here's Tapazirans 43-1.
Yeah, we're racing with bar shoes maybe in this race. Just seems to be off form.
Romero Mirage, rider change on Bronx Bomber, blinkers on.
Figures to be forward at best, probably not in good recent form.
Quick return, a player at 7-2.
dropping back into a much, much more reasonable spot after tackling killers off the claim last time out.
Yeah, we're not 88 buyer, 2 back in that win. That was for 20,000. Here's the 5 double shot.
This horse, I think, has a chance to take advantage of a lot of speed in here and maybe as a sneak in there at a price.
Gandy Dancing. Is this horse going to be forward and show speed?
You would think so, but you're always taking the worst fit with IRAD. But I'm dubious, but Rob does pretty well off the claim. Rob
This one should be forward as well. Aqueduct.
Yeah, at the early perhaps, not late.
Finger Lake Shipper. Microscope blinkers off.
Another horse who would benefit for some pace in this race.
Horse that faced New York Traffic. My boy Tate. What do you think now? The 10 Gemography. Slight drop down in class.
Yeah, I think he makes a lot of sense in here, cutting back in distance. He's better going shorter.
And Charlie Baker trains Durkin's Call. First off the claim, horse just won impressively against softer 10,000 claiming.
I agree, but he's in good form, and I think the cutback distance is probably good for him overall. I just didn't expect to get this short a price, so at this price, I can't bet him.
4 minutes to post. Nightcap coming up. Let's go to JK.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the 10 Gemography. We talked about this a couple times on the show, and I think both times I've been wrong. But this is a horse where if pace figures suggest the cutback's going to help. He's got a lot of early speed. I like the outside draw. And excuse me, not the cut. They're stretching out from 6 to 6.5. But I'll talk about the race. A 2 back when they were on the dirt. But this is a horse that I like the outside draw. I like the tactical speed. If they run the race they ran 2 back, I think that's a race that could be extremely tough for these horses to try to overcome. It's a 3rd start with Rudy. I like horses drawn outside. The 6.5, I like a horse with a little bit of finish as well. The other horse I'll talk about is the 3 Quick Return. I wasn't crazy about the last race, but if you look at the race 2 back, that race puts this horse in contention as well. So I'm just kind of hoping, getting back in for a tag here, I'm hoping that race 2 back can kind of show up for Quick Return. But I really do like the 10 in here, Gemography, outside, getting back to what they did last time, going the 8 furlongs on. I think this cutback's going to be good for the 10 Gemography.
That's your 3-1 favorite. JK, thanks. I like the way the 3 looked warming up. Quick Return. Let's go back to Gandy Dancing in here, who, you go 3 starts back. Saratoga this summer, 83 buyer and a win when he beat Gemography.
Took a lot of money that day. He was a huge workout report horse. I'd gotten 2 different calls from people telling me this horse was extremely live based on the workouts, and he really ran to it in here. Now, the favorite was a total no-show, but he ran big, and you'll see he easily beat Gemography. But I think the Gemography you're seeing now is a much better horse. He's improved since he was claimed by Rudy Rodriguez. Got away with murder when he won 2 back, but the mile was too far for him last time. But Gandy Dancing sporadically has run some good races, but more often than not as good races. You know, a lot of times you see these claimed from a low percentage barn, a barn that was just 3 for 58 on the year, by Rob Atras, who's a relatively high percentage trainer. It doesn't work out as it logically suggests it should. Sometimes those claims from lower percentage outfits don't really work out.
Some of the speed came out of here with a scratch of the 9. Let's go down to Mig. Mig, how forward's Gandy Dancing going to be here?
Well, if looking at him from a physical perspective carries any weight, I think he's going to be very involved early. He looks like a different horse. He physically, his coat is resplendent. Looks like more like a horse coming into the springtime as opposed to heading towards the wintertime. He framed up incredibly well on the racetrack under Irad Ortiz Jr. He's going to be my top selection. I could not get past how he looked from a physical perspective and his overall energy level. And I talk about it often. When a horse makes a start for a new barn, it's not and if they improve, it's not an indictment of the old barn. It just different program, different way of doing things, something a horse, kind of takes to, just agrees with them, and they improve. But I think Gandy Dancing could hit a different level today, the way he looks from a physical perspective. The 8-horse Microscope, I actually like this horse a little bit, but I really do think he's going to need a race. He just looks like he's carrying a little more weight than I would like to see, but maybe the 6.5, it won't tell on him as much. The 10 Gemography could not look any better. I think he makes a lot of sense. I also like him, turning back from the mile distance, and I think he's well drawn outside. And the other horse on the outside, Durkin's Call, he made a really nice impression. He won going a mile last time, but from a physical perspective and on his form, he's just as proficient going shorter, and he just looked really good for trainer Charlie Baker.
Well, as many as we thought, as competitive as we thought it was a wagering race going in, that many look good as well. There's quite a few of them in here. 5-2 though on the 3 as your solid favorite here. Quick return.
Yeah, I mean, these horses can all win. I picked Durkin's Call. I think 4-1 is a fair enough price on him, and I'm hoping he gets the hitting up front. He will need some help though. But between the 2, 3, and 6, I know the 9's potential speed. I don't think it's as fast as the 2, 3, and 6. So I still think you're going to see some hitting. You're supposed to, but who knows around here.
Quick return to 3, your favorite. Bruce Levine second off the claim. Nightcap coming up on this Friday card here at Aqueduct. Waiting on double shot there, and the apprentice Jose Gomez to step in. He'll shorten up in distance. John Imbrial the call.
They're all in line. And they're off. Oh, a stumbling beginning there for number 5, Double Shot. He trails. Gemography is out for the early lead. Bronx Bomber is down at the rail. Quick return right alongside and moving up. Then Gandy Dancing next in 4th. The Caltech on the outside is in 5th. Tapazerance is next in 6th. Durkin's Call far outside in 7th. Big break. Back to the 2 trailers, Microscope and Double Shot. Up front, it is Gemography who shows the way here through a quarter in 22 and 2/5 seconds. Gemography leads by a length and a quarter, with Gandy Dancing on the move and Durkin's Call on the extreme outside. Bronx Bombers down at the rail and in 4th. Then Quick Return in 5th, followed by Tapazerance in 6th. Farther back in the field, a Caltech, Double Shot, and Microscope. It is still Gemography with a narrow lead as Durkin's Call ranges up on the outside. Gemography still there. Durkin's Call on the outside. Bronx Bomber is down at the rail. Then a Gandy Dancing and Quick Return. It is Gemography holding off Durkin's Call. Gemography by 2 lengths. Durkin's Call all out in 2nd. Quick Return is next in 3rd. They come on for the finish, and it is Gemography by a length. Durkin's Call was 2nd, and Quick Return finished 3rd. Gandy Dancing rounds out the superfecta.
Last 2 times sprinting for this 6-year-old have been 2 trips to the winner's circle.
Yeah, and he could never be projected to be the speed on paper in here, but an aggressive ride. He broke sharply, an aggressive ride here from Jose Lezcano, put the other speeds behind him. He was a deserving winner. He was best today. Durkin Call, the horse I liked, ran very, very well. He just was 2nd best in this race.
It's the 11th career win for Gemography. And just did not. Durkin's Call just could not make it any ground on him in the stretch.
Yeah, well, you know, he was in good form, and not surprising. He's improved a lot for Rudy. He's a horse that's gotten back. He was in very good form a couple of years ago for Mark Hennig, and Rudy seems to be getting him back to that better form in this race. Sort of logical result. 3 very logical horses around 1, 2, 3.
This was a stakes winner against New York Preds.
6, the 5 got left in here. Gandy Dancing just wasn't good enough.
10, 11, 3, 6. Gemography, your winner. Jose Lezcano. Rudy Rodriguez, Michael Dubb, Karen Murphy own this one. And again, 11 career wins, 11 seconds as well. This horse closing in on $500,000 in earnings.
Yeah, he ran well today. Stout ran the speeds. Didn't look like he would do it on paper, but he's sharp. And they ran with a purpose. I thought I was going to get him with Durkin's Call, but he couldn't run by him.
We'll have the prices for you. Pick 5 payout when we return. Gemography takes the nightcap on this Friday card here at the Big A. Jose Lezcano for Rudy Rodriguez. Been a good claim. 2 wins in 3 tries since Rudy claimed him. Stay with us. We'll be back.
The return of Sunday Silence.
Sunday Silence surges to the front.
It's Yoshida in front. Yoshida takes charge at the top of the stretch, and Yoshida wins the Turf Classic.
Here comes Yoshida, storming home in the center with Gunnevera. Yoshida! Yoshida has won the 1 word.
The perfect balance. Yoshida.
The Cigar Mile Handicap is the final Grade 1 contest of the year in New York and is one of the last races of the season to influence divisional honors for 3-year-olds and older males. Inaugurated in 1988 as the Naira Mile, the Cigar Mile was named for 2-time Horse of the Year Cigar after his retirement in 1997. The Hall of Famer captured this race in dominating fashion in 1994 as part of his historic 16-race win streak.
Cigar running a monstrous race today to win the Naira Mile.
Cigar, however, is not the only talented horse to collect a victory in this race, as the list of winners includes the likes of champions 49er, Rubiano, Left Bank, and Kodiak Cowboy.
49er has the lead, but Morsef is closing. As they approach the wire, it's 49er and Morsef. 49er has the lead.
Cigar Mile winners have also scored as stallions. 49er was responsible for Top Stallion Distorted Humor and Belmont Stakes winner Editor's Note.
Gonna be close. Editor's Note and Skip Away, and Editor's Note has won.
Quiet American sired Kentucky Derby winner Real Quiet. Rubiano's daughter Starry Dreamer is the dam of Warfront, winner of the 2006 Alfred G. Vanderbilt Handicap, and sire of Preakness winner War of Will. Other notable Cigar Mile winners who were quality competitors or had solid careers in the breeding shed include Gold Fever, Sir Bear, A Firm Success, El Corredor, Purge, Discreet Cat, Tale of a Cotty, To Honor and Serve, Stay Thirsty, Private Zone, and Connect.
And Discreet Cat with another dazzling performance.
The classy Congaree is the only horse to win the Cigar Mile twice.
Congaree in front by 4.
Congaree is gonna make it 2 years in a row in winning the Cigar Mile.
Belmont Stakes winner Tonalist is the only classic victor to capture this race.
Tonalist is putting in a big late run, and Red Vine is splitting horses. The 4 of them come down to the line. Look like Tonalist got there.
Flat Out is the oldest horse at age 7 to possess a Cigar Mile title. Hall of Fame jockey Jerry Bailey has the most wins in this race with 5. And Hall of Fame trainer Todd Pletcher leads all conditioners with 5 wins. Left Bank was the first horse to win this race for Pletcher and the first horse he trained to win an Eclipse Award.
Oh, Left Bank. I was such a fan of his. That's early into the game when I sort of got involved, and he was fun to watch.
Nah, he was a terrific racehorse. Remember him paying $24 in a comeback race at 3-year-old, the first race on Belmont Day. I thought he'd be favored. He paid $24. And his last race, he unfortunately passed away afterwards in the Whitney, ran a huge figure, over 120, beating horses like Street Cry and Lido Palace. A tremendous effort by him that day.
He set a new course record in that? Came close.
Yeah, I mean, the course record is held by another Todd Pletcher horse, Lawyer Ron.
Okay.
But I know he ran very fast. The amazing thing was he didn't wire the field. There was an Aurora Motion, I believe, Alan Jerkins' horse. I think Joe Allen, Alan Jerkins, ran off at a big pace. And Aurora Motion might have been the one that ran in the Personal Ensign, but it was a Jerkins horse for sure, an Joe Allen horse.
This year's edition coming up tomorrow. We hope you join us for our Cigar Mile coverage. It's our ABR race of the week. Let's wrap up today's action before we have another preview for you coming up. Geomography, surprisingly more forward than we thought in this race.
No, he broke sharp. He was well meant today. And it'll be interesting to see. Is it going to be another winter where Rudy Rodriguez starts heating up, because he's clearly gotten this horse back to his better races. And this is a race that shows discrepancy in the pools. $8.70 to win, 9-2 second. At the exacta, only $30 for $2. The big difference between the pools with the computer, the CAW money in those exacta pools, the win price relatively large relative to the exacta.
11th career win for this 6-year-old son of Big Brown, and sharp claim for Rudy Rodriguez. 2 wins now and 3 starts since he claimed him, and just shows you this game. It can be rough, but it comes around. Rudy had a really tough summer, and now starting to heat up.
Yeah, we'll see. It'll be interesting to see what's happened. Sometimes in the winter, trainers can get kind of hot.
Pick 4, $546. Late pick 5, $2,565 if you found Lars and I Am the Law.
So we're looking at 17, we're looking at about 110, about 1,100, about 1,300, and then you got this one at 52. What did it pay?
$2,565.
Yeah, so the parlay was probably under 1,500 for 50 cents, so pretty good return.
Pick 6 hit, $30,500. 588 as well. So tomorrow, here we go. ABR Race of the Week, Grade 1, Cigar Mile. Zandon, White Barrio, the 3-year-olds. Final start for 6-year-old Mind Control. Is a Grade 1 winner at 2, at 3. Graded stakes winner every year of his career. We've talked about Zandon. What about White Barrio here? He started out, he won his debut sprinting. He was forward in that race. Then he won a mile race at Gulfstream, a race that Safi Joseph talks about that he loved from him. Getting back to a mile now.
I think he's going to have to show that he can run his better races at somewhere other than Gulfstream. I'm not trying to knock him. I think he ran a respectable race when he ran in the Pennsylvania Derby. But overall, he had a little bit of hype coming out of the Florida Derby and those other races, and he just hasn't really built on it at all. He's supposed to be able to win a race like the Ohio Derby, right? I'm not knocking him, and I think he has a chance to win this race, and a lot will depend on how much pressure Mind Control puts on here. If he was mine, I'd want to be aggressive with him and try to control this race. With Paco Lopez, I believe, has the mount.
Irad Ortiz.
Irad Ortiz, excuse me. He's a pretty good rider. So is Irad still looking for that record-breaking?
I believe he is.
Still am fairly confident he's going to get it. How about you?
He's got time.